Oh boy. We also don't have music, so we'll.
Well, if you have any I think in the past in Brim's campaign he would link us music and we would just play it on our own browsers, like on YouTube.
Oh sure.
So if you have any songs that you would like us to play, or even ambient, we can probably do that here.
Uh, sure, but nah. I think we can go without music, anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Since it's all in the mind, we will just have to work extra hard to get spooked.
Mm-hmm.
So
My
first,
music.
first and foremost, thank you all, everyone, for taking the time to partake in this kind of impromptu Call of Cthulhu campaign. Uh, Also with me, a guy you never heard of before or knew until just then and there.
Yeah.
I want to thank you all for being brave and willing to go with me on this big Eldritch adventure.
Thank you for inviting us, mate.
Oh, oh! You say that, but I'm so hyped for Call of Cthulhu. If no matter who it is or what it is, if someone wants to play Call of Cthulhu, I'm in.
No, but Rose is right. I mean, we're here playing, but you're the DM, and the DM has the most work by far, so we should be thanking you.
So thank you.
Yeah.
Well, we will thank each other then several many times throughout the game, especially after I start throwing weird things that can kill you at you, and then we'll do another round of thanking everyone else.
Yeah, it's like an equivalent of dogs just sniffing each other's butts, like us thanking each other.
Yeah, pretty much. The entire time.
Yeah.
Reminds me of that one episode from the Road Rollers. Hi, hello, oh, you smell nice. Hi, hello.
So, hello everyone and welcome to Call of Cthulhu. Tonight, for Rouse and today for the rest of us, is a day where we meet to share stories of an age-old past. Years and years, decades, centuries, a millennia in this world's past. Seeing life from a much more humble and simple perspective, that of Huns, dogs, in Europe in the year of 1950. Well, not 950 in the 10th century England. It's Borkland even. It's a quaint place, it's an old place, and the secrets of the dark and those things that only come up at night are even older and more ancient than these places and these people, and we will all unveil it all together today, right now. I need to write down your characters' names, because I'll be referencing you guys a lot throughout the game.
Oh yeah, right click. Oh no, we cannot change our nicknames here.
That's
Well,
alright.
That's fine.
I'm working down on I'm writing it down on paper, so don't worry.
Okay.
And there's also important connections that you guys have to other such things, so I have to write those down too. By the way, I am the least prepared person on earth for any sort of DMing I ever do, so do forgive me if I go silent for half an hour trying to scrounge up notes or coming up with weird random whatevers.
It's okay.
That's fine.
It's supposed to be fun for you as well, mate.
I'm glad you think so. I really am.
It's true. And winging it is a valid GM strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna cheese and wing things so much, like crazy. So,
Yeah, I think all three of us are good just going along with whatever you think out.
Yeah.
So just don't stress yourself.
all right. So, welcome to Call of Canines, everyone.
Oh.
Oh wow.
Ooh. So, all of you have been living all of your lives in the small idyllic town of Hundwick. Not all of you were born here, but you have spent the majority of your life here, and for some of you, maybe you want to get out. Maybe you want to explore the wild world. Some of you, maybe you'll do like this place and you want to stay and take care of this place and make sure that it's safe and secure. Because after all, in one way or another, you're all stuck to this place and the people of this place, the community in which you all find yourselves in. And this community is your foundation. Without them, without your neighbors and friends, without your mates, you wouldn't last one day out in the wilds. And you know that you depend on them as much as they depend on you. And that is what makes this whole community work. This knowledge and this trust that you all have in one another. But sometimes, some of you do find it in you to travel to other places elsewhere and discover the world. Alhelm, you have many a times traveled out of Hundwick and out of Borkland even to the continent in many trading missions with your, well, not missions, in trading voyages with the rest of your crew, the ship. Your captain, Edward, he mans a vessel and takes it to the mainland, to the kingdoms of Francia, and all as an entryway, and then into other kingdoms, going as far as Italy or the Byzantine Empire to do trading and bring all of those things back to Hundwick. Things that people wouldn't even dream could have existed, or things they never have seen, and you're the connection, the bridge, the gaps, these two worlds. Well, not only you, but you and your crew. Everyone does this job together. So you have been sent in a voyage, gone all the way around Europe, into Italy, whereupon you all landed in Rome, made a lot, well, not in Rome, but near Rome, and then you did a whole lot of trading with the people of the region. You mostly followed your captain and other people in your group that speak Latin, the language of Rome. And, well, not Latin per se, but a language that has evolved from Latin, but is not quite Italian yet. You do know there's a group in your ship, some sailors that not only they can speak Latin, but they are literate. They can speak and read the language, and
aren't they good?
yeah, they're a smart bunch, and they're pretty much the guides whenever you're in Italy. They guide everyone along, making sure that everyone in the ship has a chance to trade and forage for things before coming back and following on voyage. Do you want me to tell the name of your shipmates?
Sure.
Alright. You know Cuthbert, he's the quote-unquote leader of this little group of canine sailors that are literate and know Latin and Italian. He's not the oldest in the bunch. The oldest in the bunch is Wigbald, but he always defers to Cuthbert's leadership. And Cuthbert, albeit his second in command being Alfred, he does still listen to Wigbald's counsel, with Wigbald being the older dog in the ship. He is a wise man. And he also tries to keep in tow the two younger sailors, Leofric and Sigrid. Leofric being a youngster of 23 and Sigrid being a youngster of only 19. They all are this very tight pack, these 5 sailors who always walk together, always do everything together. And the ship is bigger and has more sailors, but you know that those are a group, a clique, if you will. But once you're all done with your trading in Italy and get back on the ship, you start to go your way back home to Hundwick. And weirdly enough, your captain, Edvard, he takes in another dog that looks weird and different from all of you. He is a foreigner, a stranger. He is a Greek dog that speaks a very broken English. But for some reason, none of you know him, none of you have ever seen him before, but for some reason it seems that he is on some sort of holy mission from the church and has taken passage in this ship and is following you all on your way back home. Or rather, sailing with you. And as soon as this voyage back starts, everyone in the ship starts to feel very anxious and nauseated, and you feel an immense sense of dread building up within all of you. You have sailed a lot, Alhelm, but every time you were always sure that the shore is close by, we can see it, and we will be safe, we will get back home. But this is the first time in your many years of voyage that you were not so sure that you would be able to get back home. This is the first time you felt that there was something afoul going on, some dark influence that wanted to crash or sink this ship, and you thought of all the things you left back home and you kept thinking to yourself, I will never get back home again. And that sensation kept rising up within you, and you could see and tell that all of your party mates, all the other sailors, were also feeling the same thing. Everyone was feeling the sense of dread. And it was taking everyone in the ship, and day by day, all of you got a little bit more anxious and a little bit more desperate to see your familiar shores of home again. And it was with great relief that eventually one day you took off from the coast of Francia, the kingdoms of Francia, and sailed into the open seas and managed to cross the ocean and get close to England, to Borkland, and make your way back into the river that leads back home. And only when you were in this river back home and started to see some familiar places in the kingdom of Mercia, only when you started to see these familiar places around you that you started to calm down a little bit and think that maybe you will see home again after all. But it was not until the ship finally stopped on the docks of Hundwick and you finally left the ship and set your feet, your paws firmly onto land, that you finally believe that this nightmare was over and you have returned home. It was a very grueling voyage, something you felt you wouldn't survive, but you did, and you are back home. Unfortunately, there is nobody to receive you back home, because as luck would have it, the wind was blowing well some days, others it was not, and you arrive late in the night. The sun has already set, everyone is indoors. Just a few, you can just see the flicker of some candle flames from within certain houses and windows, and not a lot of people are there by the docks to receive any incoming ship. You hear from the distance the ringing of a bell that just signifies that friendlies are coming back, and some people do rise from their homes to attend to the people coming back from this voyage. But not everyone. You don't see the familiar face you were half hoping to see there, Alhelm. However, Willow, as soon as you hear the bells ringing to signify the return of someone, you immediately spring up from your bed and you think back to yourself, trying to decide what day it is, what is the date, and if there's any meaningful things happening right now. And you remember that there's no caravans scheduled to come within this day, or especially at this hour, but you do know that there's this voyage that some dogs have undertaken, and they were scheduled to come back now, someday between October and November. There wasn't a sure date, but it was this period of time that you were expecting them to return. And here, now, in the middle of the night, it couldn't be anything else but the Huns back from their trade voyage in the kingdoms of Italy. So you quickly rise up, start to get dressed, and open up your ale house, because you know all of those sailors, they want to get back in town, see familiar faces, and eat and drink the familiar food and drinks that they are used to back at their home in Hundwick. And you quickly set up your ale house, opening up the windows and setting up benches and bringing up the barrels for with some drink and booze. And you know that this, even though it is the middle of the night, you know that you need to be this beacon in the village that that allows people to gather up and reunite. And as you do, you keep thinking to yourself that you will be hearing a lot of stories. In fact, being the owner of this ale house, you do hear a lot of stories, and you do hear a lot of rumors. You know that the other dogs in Hundwick, you know what they talk about you. That you're one of the richest curls in Hundwick, and one of the wealthiest even. And the only thing you need to rise up the ranks to become the mayor of a village of your own is for you to either acquire all of this land in the name of the king, or for you to complete 3 voyages across the sea to the continent, paid with your own money on trade missions to bring back things from faraway lands. And if you do that 3 times, you know that the king will concede a land for you and call you a 10 in your own right. And you have always wanted to go on those voyages, but you do have things keeping you back home. So you decide not to go, and for now to just live vicariously through the stories of the sailors that have just arrived. But someday you will go.
Yeah, and right now I wait outside of my ale house and just wait for the first people to arrive. Like a wife waiting in front of the house of a husband.
Pretty much. A lot of dogs start arriving. You see a lot of sailors. Some of them look very grim. You feel like as soon as they see the ale house open, you see their eyes going wide, and they clearly think, "Oh my goodness, this is just what I needed. I need ale right now." And you see that they're desperate. And you've seen dogs coming back from voyages, long voyages, and you know that they are desperate when they come back on land. They want to drink some ale, but this time they seem even more desperate than usual, and you find that a little bit odd, but You don't really comment on it with anyone. And you see several familiar faces, many dogs that you haven't seen in months coming back. Amongst them, you see Eric. You're an old friend from Hundwick, from the village, who always has several cool stories to tell from his voyages into other lands. And as soon as he along with the other sailors come in, some do come in, some do not go to your ale house. They actually go to the longhouse up in the hill where the mayor, the Thane of Hundwick lives, because they are sailors of a little bit more higher status than the rest. And some sailors, they just go back to their homes and they don't even want to know about anything. They just want to get back to bed and see their families. But you, Allhelm, you can't pass up some booze, so you do make a detour into Willow's ale house for catching up and seeing an old friend.
So that was already know each other. Hello?
Yes, you all know each other very well.
Okay.
Okay.
You're friends and neighbors. You probably shared a lot of stories, Allhelm, with all of your voyages when you go in and come back. And Willow has been around you. He knows of your family and your past and many things that you've been through. And he is always been very sympathetic to you and yours.
A quick question.
Yes.
Okay, so forgive me because I don't have the sheet open, so I don't remember her name. His daughters.
Anhild, isn't it?
Einhild, right? I know it's Hild something.
Yeah, Anhild.
Einhild. Anhild.
Mm-hmm. Oh no. Of so many names to forget.
It's okay. I'll probably forget my own daughter's name after a cup of booze, but I do want to answer a question in my head though. Is it common that she doesn't come out to greet me?
You imagine that it's because it's very late in the night and she's probably asleep. The ship.
What time is it?
If you were to guess, it's around 10 in the evening. And people go to bed at like 9 or 8. So it's late, and a lot of people were already in bed trying to sleep or something, and the ship arrived in the middle of the night. And you imagine that you won't be having the greetings and such others until early morning.
Alright.
So
I just want to ask that question to know like whether or not I would be anxious or not.
Sure, probably a little bit anxious, but not that much. Although I don't know. What do you feel? Allhelm?
It's a bit weird. She's not there. You know, he'll whine a little bit if he thinks too much into it, but he's like, yeah, it's probably nothing. Young lady needs her sleep. Just beauty sleep. It's fine. I'll see her in the morning. Nothing bad can happen. And okay, the booze is going in now.
And off to the ale house you go. So, is there something the two of you would like to talk and discuss for a little while? By the way, I do imagine it would be interesting, despite knowing each other for a long time, but it would be interesting if you, Allhelm, could describe to Willow how you look after not having seen each other for so long, for months. What's your physical appearance?
Yeah, I probably squint my eyes and I'm trying to guess who that person is. Like especially since it's quite late in the night and dark.
It's okay, mate. I bring a gift from the new world. It's called glasses. I'm sorry, that was very sassy, but I couldn't help it. All the what do you call it? Hip Italians use this.
Yeah. So, are you going to describe yourself? Are we going to describe each other?
Yes, please. So,
Right.
Enhelm, what does Willow see when you return frazzled after months in DC?
No, I think the most noticeable feature that's probably shared among us is that we've probably split a lot of furs. Normally, it's the usual dry kind of, fur, but now you can clearly see some of us, even though we've already come back, our furs are on end. A few are a bit more scrawnier than the others, probably because it was very difficult for us to eat with all the tension in the air. And bags under our eyes, as some of us even outright refuse to sleep. Alham being one of them, not only because he refused to, he had some sleeping issues during the first, months on sea, but also because he was just so damn excited to come back home and tell his friend Willow all the amazing things that never happened this time around. It was just tension, tension, tension. But now it's ale, ale, ale.
Yeah. So, when you approach the ale house, you see Willow. Not much different than when you last saw him before your journey. I mean, I have a bit of a dumb look on my face, and one of my ears is put to the side, and I'm a bit of a mess. And you don't know if that's because of the late hour or because that's how I usually am. My mouth is slightly agape, and generally I don't seem that bright at the first glance. So I just wave towards you and go, your name. Alheim! Alheim! Come here! And I urge you to come in and grab a mug of ale.
Okay. If I could, just the usual greeting, if that is even usual. Take both your paws, bow politely. Thank you so much for the ale. Thank you so much for the ale, Mr. Willow. I understand being open late as night may not be the best.
Oh, trust me, I have been waiting for this for months and months. I'm so happy that you have finally arrived. Come in.
We're all happy, but thank you.
So I spit on my hand rag and I wipe the mug with my spit to clean it up. I fill it with ale and share it. And so how was the trip? What did you see?
Dare I say, there wasn't much to see this time around. It was the sea as usual, but colder and saltier than before. The trip was almost agonizing. Tension at every moment, but the waves never grew stronger and never resisted our sails. Yet ever the same, it was tense. Felt like something was watching us as we tried to sleep. Something was... it's hard to describe. I want to make more of it, but I just there wasn't much to make of it. It was just so anxiety. I mean, so angsty. I say this all between like I pause, blah, 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 blah. Trying to let it loosen my thoughts, because I jitter after speaking for a while longer, and I'm just like, what? It was weird. Now thinking back, now it's more than an afterthought. I'm glad to be home. I can't even recall why I felt so anxious at first. Oh, there was one exciting thing.
Mm-hmm.
The captain brought a new dog on board. I don't know where he went, but he was a new dog. He smelled different. Trying to remember it.
And you
Greek?
do remember him as soon as you arrived. Well, not necessarily as soon as you arrived, but during the voyage itself, you do remember hearing talk in the ship that this dog was on a holy mission coming to Hundwick, and as soon as he arrived in Hundwick, one of his first orders was to take off to the monastery that is nearby, about 1-2 hour ride from Hundwick. There is a monastery, and that's where he's headed off, or at least that's what you remember hearing during the voyage.
Okay.
Does he speak our tongue?
Do I know if he speaks it?
Yes, very broken, but he
Oh,
does.
yes.
He does.
Yes, it was very broken. He does, but it was very well. It was as someone's put a hot iron in his mouth. He spoke it, but spoke it very weirdly. But hey, I've tried speaking the Latinoano, and I've been, blushes a bit. I'm not that great at it, but I guess I shouldn't be making fun of another for it. But yeah, we let the Greek dog on the ship, and he flew straight for the monastery. Is that also where she lives, or no?
That is where she lived for a while, yes.
Okay.
But
She's probably in the house now.
yeah, you know that in the last year she's moved back to your daughter has moved back to your house in the village.
Okay, that's good. Well, thankfully I don't have to go up there. I remember when I got back once late at this hour. Probably the most frightening walk of my life. I'd rather be at sea than in a dark, cold forest where a wolf can eat me, or a monster could take me.
Yeah. Well, at least you have the warmth and the ale here, as well as shelter. So take your rest here. And in the meantime, I probably tend to the other guests.
All right.
It's probably getting crowded, isn't it?
A little bit, yeah. Everyone, as soon as they come in, they start gorging themselves on some ale and other things, and everyone just starts talking. And you see that at first everyone's a little bit nervous and jittering, but then eventually they start to loosen up and relax. And soon enough, the whole climate in this ale house becomes more lively, which is pretty good for you, Willow. You know, the sound of dogs barking and laughing and everyone having a good time, and it fills your heart and you feel well knowing that you can aid so many dogs with finding a home and a place to be, somewhere where they can be happy. But all of this happiness only lasts for a while before all of you start to hear very loud commotion going on outside. Not necessarily exactly outside, but a few houses away. You start to hear just very loud noises of, apparently it sounds like something hitting a wall very hard, and a lot of banging noises, and you hear the horses that are in front of the houses. They start neighing and kicking and trying to, and they're just panicking. And there's a lot of noises coming on, and so many dogs they stop to try and listen. The conversation, the liveliness dies down a little bit, and everyone starts to pay attention to the noises, and nobody is entirely sure of what's going on. But you, Willow, being such a figure, a head figure in this village, you feel like it is your obligation to go over there and check what's going on.
Well, please excuse me. Wanna come with? Alham. I just wave my hand to Alham while I, go outside in case he wanted to join me. And I follow outside.
There you go.
Sure.
You follow, but not before finishing his drink. Spooky things in the night, that's already getting his furs a little on edge. But you will follow.
You can take it outside if you want.
Okay, he will take the ale with him then.
Yeah, a lot of the other dogs, they're together, like in a group here and there, and talking to one another. But you, Alhelm, you're the only one who kind of came back and was sort of on your own, and a little bit of solitary and away from the rest. So you feel compelled also to follow Willow into the source of this commotion. But despite how loud this commotion is, it doesn't seem to wake up much of the other people in the village, except that a door knock in the middle of the night wakes you up, Eric, and you can't help but feel that it is odd. Normally you do get waken up at the middle of the night by some desperate dog who is having some sort of problem. They are coming up with a fever, or some child is doing very unwell, or someone is in a near state of dying, and you know deep down that even though these people say many rumors about you and your brother, and you're not seen with the brightest and kindest of eyes in this town, that the people in this town, they still do depend heavily on you, and they, even if they don't exactly like you and are warm to you, they still depend on you and are polite enough to come to your house and ask you for help. And it would seem like that this is another such night. You wake up in the middle of the night with some very, very rapid and desperate knocking on the door. As one of the many guards of the town, the Hartwuru, they start knocking on your door. Eric!
Well, he used to that. He'll get up, in a bit of a hurry, but it's kind of normal to him. So he'll just throw his clothes on properly, the basics. Already grab what he's used to grabbing. Like a little pouch with, I don't know, cloth, maybe some water and a knife. And approach the door with a coming before opening it.
You do prepare all of your normal medicine stuff. You don't yet know what's going on, but you imagine someone needs help, and you pick up your bag of things and run to the door. And as soon as you open, you do see a familiar hardware of the town, a dog, and like most other dogs, they all have floppy ears. And you recognize Gadrick, and he looks to you with a very desperate look on his face, and he says, "Come, the horses, they're bucking and they're very wild, and we don't know what's happening." And one of the sailors, Sigrid, just come. And he starts pointing out on the way and starts leading you a little bit further into town, towards the docks. And you can see, Eric, that his face, even though it's covered by fur and even though it's nighttime, you can see that he's pale. He's definitely seeing something very, very horrifying.
Okay. Eric will probably be, stoic about it all. These kinds of things don't rattle him as much because he's seen so much sickness and urgency. But he will follow with a quick step, even if he doesn't look as worried.
In the deep down you are, because this community is important, and you sort of promised yourself that you wouldn't let anything happen to the people of this community, and if someone needs help, you better believe you will be there to help them. As soon as you arrive in a house near the docks, you do see that there's some dogs nearby that are holding torches and kind of looking from a healthy distance, trying to guess what's going on, but nobody has a whole lot of idea. And you see the silhouettes of two sort of familiar-ish dogs inside the house. You see, well, not inside the house per se, but like by the window. There's a window, and there's two familiar dogs by the window looking on the inside, and you recognize them even at this distance, and even at night you know the silhouette of the owner of one of the ale houses in town. You know that is Willow, who's been one of the warmest to you. After all, Willow is one dog who likes to see people happy and to take care of them as well, and he believes in a well-fed dog will spread happiness around to others, and he's always been nice and kind to you. And beside him, you do recognize the silhouette of Alhelm, the dog who one night, along with his wife, desperately knocked on your door to have you help them deliver their little baby girl so many years ago. And ever since then, ever since his wife passed away, and ever since Alhelm started going on voyages to the continent, you've been on and off taking care of his daughter, helping her grow up, until she was sent to the monastery. But for the longest time you were there to help him and his family, and you feel an empathy with these two dogs, and you're glad that they're the ones who are there. Some familiar faces that are sort of warm to you. And you can't help but to see that, look at this complicated scenario, a lot of confusion going on, nobody seems to know what's going on. Everyone's on the window trying to look inside, where the noises that apparently was going on, they have stopped. And the one of the heart warriors, he points at the house and says, one of the sailors is injured and then he's inside, but the horse is just going mad, and we can't calm it down. And you see that there is a horse near the door that is tied there by the leash, and he's just bucking and kicking, and everyone's afraid to go a little bit too close to the door and the horse and get kicked on the face. And also there's the window that is closed, but on the inside you can see a very faint flicker of a flame, and you feel like you can see a silhouette of someone on the inside laying on the floor, but from this distance you can't see much. It's hard to make out any details aside from that. So all the three of you are reunited in this house where something weird was going on. Nobody entirely knows what is going on, and you're there. What are you doing?
Okay. Well, to Willow and Halbam, when Arik sees him, he's worried, he's in a hurry, so, and he's always pretty stoic, so he gives Willow a greeting nod, to Alhem, small smile, because he probably knew he was in a voyage, and he's glad to see him back, in one piece. But his main focus is still the injured person inside the house, and as he approaches and, as you said, catches a glance of someone, lying down inside, his frown deepens a lot, and he pushes his way forward.
So,
If
as all of go on.
if I may interject, the person who is injured is Sigrid.
Yes, one of the sailors. You know that this is
Yeah.
his house.
Okay, so I guess in the midst of it, I will adapt this wariness on my face since I recognize the house.
Well, okay. He's a sailor, and I'll say who approached with worry. Alhem, yes.
Yes.
This injured man, a sailor. Do you what kind of symptoms he was showing?
I'm afraid I just got here a while back myself. I don't know much of the situation, but there seems to be a commotion around Sigurd's home. I thought you might know, but it looks like you just arrived as well.
And at this point,
Yes, indeed.
Gadrick, the guard, the Heartwearer, he's just nearby, kind of pointing at the horse and saying, "Someone, take care of this horse."
I wanted to take care of the horse in the meantime, even though I'm terrible with animals. I just think that it's causing too much panic, and I would like to try and calm it down, even if personally I'm terrible with horses.
All right, so Willow, if you want to try and calm down this horse to get him away from the door, to allow passage into the house, I would like you to go ahead and make a animal handling check.
Yeah, like I approach it from behind, so like all of the. Okay, the website. Just a second, I had that tab closed.
It's okay.
Do you want
Where is it?
again?
Roll dice with friends. So it's just a straight up percentile. Roll.
Yes, just
Right?
roll a d100 and we will see what happens.
This is a success.
Wow!
Oh my god! On 15 animal handling.
Wow!
Wow.
Gosh dang! Wow! Congratulations! You managed to calm down the horse, and the horse is just bucking and kicking, and you with your voice, you take on a more mellow tone, and you start to kind of shush the horse and approach him in very careful steps, and the horse seems to recognize someone that is somewhat familiar with, and it seems to slowly calm down, and it's still a little bit spooked, but at least it's not trashing and kicking anymore, and you manage to just shush it down until Gadrick, the other Heartwearer, comes in and unties him from the leashes from the house and starts to take the horse away, and the horse is no longer blocking the entrance to the house now, and Gadrick just says, "Go on inside, I'll be just a moment. I just need to take this horse away." And he starts taking the horse away from the house.
Should I note something down for this success? Something for improvement?
Yes, thank you for reminding me. Every time you guys do succeed on a check, mark a check beside that skill.
Okay.
Or rather, if you succeeded on a skill at any time, you do mark a check. But if you don't need to mark multiple checks for the same skill. Yeah, just
Okay.
one.
Okay.
Yeah, just one check per skill if you succeeded at it at any point.
Okay.
Although not if you use luck.
Okay.
Okay.
And probably not when pushing rolls? Or
Yes, when pushing, not when using luck, and not when you have a bonus die. But if you push or if you you still get a check if you push the skill and succeed.
Okay, awesome.
Okay. Well,
So, what do you guys do now?
as soon as the horse is out of the way, Arik is already rushing in with some urgency and signaling. If there's other men around, if there's only Alhan, this is all about time. I need 2 men with me inside in case I need to hold him down and move him. But stay away. He makes a signal for others to follow if there's any volunteers.
Follows.
Hello.
All right, the three of you, well, following Eric's lead. Eric opens the door. The house is very dark. There's just a very thinly lit candle blowing. And as soon as you open up the door, you hear this teetering noise, and the gust of wind that comes into the house blows out the candle. But even then, even though darkness takes over the place, you can still see the silhouette of the man laying on the ground. And you probably will want to light up some candles and some torches to see what's going on the inside, but at least you have access to the house. And you do see indeed the sailor that you, Alhelm, recognize to be Sigrid, laying on the ground, seemingly immobile.
Oof. I have confliction because at one hand I was told not to touch him, but at the same time it's a buddy, so
Oh, it's up to you.
impulse might, what's the word, make my character like glide over there and, you know, shake him, going, Sig, are you okay? Sig.
You get a scolding as soon as you start touching. I said, don't touch. I need light. Just light things up. We need to see. He rushes to the body as well, but you kneel next to him and push him away if he's being too touchy and shaky.
I look for something to light up for the source of light.
All right.
Oh.
Go on.
Oh, we'll have to make a investigation. I was gonna just say, if it's Sig's house, I probably know where he keeps the whatever they use to turn on candles, the matches.
Are there matches?
Like a flint. We probably have a flint or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember the name, but it's a flint stone stick thing they have to light up fires and such. He has one of those, and being a sailor and having just returned from voyage, you imagine it's on his bag. So you quickly run over to his belongings. Alhelm, you just open it up and start siphoning through things, and you find the flint and you toss it to Willow, who quickly goes back to the candle that was lit and lights it up. And then some light permeates the room, at which point, during all of this while, there's just this tittering noise around all of you that sounds a little bit like
Oh, it's probably a friendly spider.
and then finally you all approach back the Sigrid, who's laying on the ground, Alhelm on one side and Eric on the other side, and he looks pale and he's completely mobile from what you can see from a first glance. Also, be right back. Oh shit.
Suspense. No problem.
I think my cell phone might be restarting. Fuck. Sorry.
It's okay. I was about to say, oh shit, this is about to get real intense because we actually lost what's the word?
DM.
The DM. Keep an eye out for your backs, everybody. Maybe it's called Cthulhu Real Life now.
Oh no, we have to
Definitely
play
good art.
Call of Cthulhu without the keeper. It's the real horror. But no, sorry. What was the last thing that happened? Oh yeah, there's
The life.
Alhelm and Eric besides the body of Sigurd. He's completely pale and immobile. And I think I asked if you guys were doing anything.
Okay. Eric will quickly grab a piece of cloth from his bag, and honestly, I don't know how much the knowledge of contagious stuff was deep in that time, but they did come from the sea, weird stuff. So he'll just wrap his paw with it and check for vitals, heartbeat.
Sure. When you try and see if Sigrid is still alive, you start putting your paws over him, taking care not to get anything contagious or weird at you. You don't want any bad humors on your person. So you take the precautions and you start to check for vitals. And as you try and check for vitals, you notice that he has none. His heart is not beating. And Sigurd is, as best as you can tell, he is dead. And you are very good at telling dead people. You have seen plenty during your life. This man is dead. This dog is dead even.
Real quick
Yes,
question.
you're right.
I'm sorry to interject one more. My question was, he had a brother, didn't he?
Sigrid, no, he didn't have a brother. He was the youngest of the ship, and the second youngest was Leofric.
Oh, okay. I misread that. Or misheard that. Sorry, continue.
Oh, Eric checks him up in a hurry at first. Then you see, I don't know if you guys can tell or not, but he checks the same thing several times to be sure. Movements slow down, his expression darkens, his ears lower. And then he just puts his paws away. It's too late. This man is, unfortunately, with the gods now.
Oh no.
Okay, in which case, Alhim will just he'll reach over for his ears and give him a tug down, shadow, and just be like, "But sweet Mary, Saint Joseph, he was just fine. We just got back a while ago. He was fine. Check again. Maybe he just bumped his head. He's very prone to do that."
Eric will slap his paw away if he tries to touch him. Kind of rudely, but he will shake his head. Trust me, I have seen this many times. Unfortunately, he's gone. But
But he was just a lad. He was so young.
are you positive that he was feeling alright in these last few days?
No. We were. It was very tense on the sea. None of us had gotten much sleep. But can sleep deprivation actually kill someone? And now he's checking himself. Am I going to die?
No, don't be silly. But you travel far. You don't take care. You might bring strange things here. Things we don't know of.
But we've
Maybe
been at
you
sea
should examine everyone, Eric. Everyone everyone else from the crew.
Yes, I should. And all the more reason not to touch him. But
Pat, 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 pat.
So,
just
as this conversation keeps going, for a moment, just a brief moment, Alhelm, when you're looking sadly at the corpse of Sigrid, you see that Sigrid, he seems to do a little bit of a shudder, and you hear him groaning and trying to reach out for someone, and he's like, and his paw slowly tries to raise and reach for something or someone.
This is a miracle! Eric!
this is impossible. Eric will check for vitals in a hurry again.
Alright, so you quickly bring your ear closer and kind of try to grab his pulse to check out for vitals. And Eric, it is with a grim realization that you've realized that this dog, this Hund, Sigrid, even though he's groaning and trying to reach out for someone for a little bit of comfort and support, you realize that he has no vitals. And just as you realize that with horror in your face, he seems to grab hold of you, and he lunges forward, and he tries to bite you.
Oof. Okay, he'll try to quickly pull back and, stumble away.
Okay, make a dodge roll.
Dog roll.
Oh boy. I don't need to look at my dodge to know that that's a fail.
Oh no.
39. That's 30.
The Sigrid, he does manage to reach up, and he scores a success. So he's going to go ahead and bite you. And as you're pulling your ear very close to him to try and listen to what he's saying, he grabs hold of you and lunges, and with great strength he holds on tightly to you, and his muzzle just closes around your neck. Oh, your shoulder blade, the neck area region, and he bites down really hard onto you. And you, Eric, suffer 3 points of damage.
Okay.
Which is a
He will cry out.
very low roll.
Good.
I stumble back startled, and I think I am the one holding the candle. So I just step back startled.
Yeah, and Eric, what are you doing as you're being bitten?
Well, he'll cry out, maybe curse, and an unintelligible curse, and try to push him away with a "Get me out of here!" What?
So as soon as you realize what is going on, everyone just loses their minds and try to really wrench away this being to get a sense of what's going on. So you said you're going to just try and yank him away. Make a fighting brawl check or a dodge check, whichever one you prefer.
Okay. Just a second. My dodge is 30. My brawl is 15. So dodge to pull away more
Okay.
than a push away.
Sure.
Not quite. But I can push it with 2 luck.
Yes, you can use luck points on this if you want.
That sounds wise. So I'll use 2 luck to get to 30, which is the success range, right?
Yep. So you use up 2 luck points, you reduce that to a 30, and you succeed on dodging and escaping from his grasp. You do not mark, however, a check on that skill because you use luck. But anyway, you manage to push him away and yank him, and you collapse back. You tumble back some, creating some distance between you two as you realize that none of this should be happening. That man is dead. That dog is dead, and somehow he's trying to bite onto you. And Allhelm and Willow, the two of you realize with horror that slowly Sigrid, he turns in place and starts standing up very slowly, and then he turns to the two of you and he just, there's something weird on his eye, on his eyes, on his looks. You do not sense any sort of recognition on his eyes. You sense almost as if he is a predator, and that all 3 of you are prey. And he just starts, not necessarily snarling, but he starts licking his chops, almost as if he's looking at the 3 of you as if you're a big meal. And he starts taking very slow steps towards you, and not slow as in shambling, but slow as in kinda as in guided. He seems to be a little bit weakened, but he senses that he is intelligent in a way, and that he has some sense of tactics, as he starts to approach you in a very careful manner, trying to see which one of you is the weakest target and who he can ambush and strike at easier. You all get the sense that he means to do harm. So, in initiative order, Willow, you're up first?
Do we do rolls on that, or...?
No rolls. It's whoever has the highest dexterity. And since you and Alheim have the same dexterity, it is then the tiebreaker is who has the highest combat skill, which is yours, Willow. So you get to go first.
Okay.
Yeah.
I say that Eirik will, clutch to his wound when he gets away and point at him. Sigrid's desperate and, just shout, "Something's very wrong. Hold him down."
Yeah. On my turn, I would go, Alhom, do something! Alhom!
Look, I was already just trying to draw the sword because, listen, when he bit, that's when he would try and help to pry free, but I didn't get to mention that. But try and get sorry, so that's character Eric, away from the,
From Sigrid.
From Sigrid.
or whatever's left of him.
So, what are the two of you doing, Willow and Alhelm?
I currently panic, and I beg Alhom to do something.
I will mostly be trying to instruct everybody. Is he fast?
He seems fast and able, yes. Just a little bit weakened, but not necessarily. He doesn't seem shambling. He seems capable. Very capable.
Then in character. Okay, yeah. In character, I will just unsheath the sword, point it at him, and if he lunges, you keep probing and trying to keep him far away, going to the front helm of things. But turn to Willow and just go Eric, get Eric out. Let's leave the door.
Okay. With little thinking, I put the candle on the floor and grab Eric to to take him away to safety.
All right.
Like,
You sort of just drag him out of the house, I imagine.
yeah, with the candle, just to put wherever I could at that very instant.
Okay. So at this point, since all three of you saw a dead man coming back to life and attacking you all, I would like everyone to make a sanity check. So you are trying to roll. You're rolling 1d100 and trying to roll below your sanity score.
Sanity.
The sanity default was 70,
Okay.
right?
The starting point was 70 for Eric. Yes. Oh no.
Oh,
Okay, it's 55 for me, and my roll. Damn it. Okay. Can I use 1 point of luck on sanity rolls?
Yes.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Which one do I roll again? Intelligence?
D100. You're rolling sanity.
Okay, just a D100.
Luck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Somewhere on your character sheet you have a tracker that keeps of your sanity.
Yeah, it's 30 right now.
Ooh, 30.
Oh, that was a...
That's low.
What? 1 second. Which one's the 100?
It's the last one.
Oh,
2 dice.
yeah, I was just asking about the 70 because like I didn't put it there. It was there automatically, and I didn't know if it was set right or if it was. It
No,
probably was set right.
the starting point is equal to your willpower,
Oh, okay.
and you
That
have
makes
you have a lot of willpower. So, Willow, this shakes you, but you're panicking some, but you think no, this is wrong. This can't be it. What's going on in you? You try to look for a little bit of sense, and right now protecting protecting Eric is your priority. But Eric,
Yeah, besides, I have been dealing with drunk customers at the ale house, so this is not completely out of the ordinary.
that's true. Yeah, you have a little bit of experience with people getting a little bit too rowdy. On the other hand, both Eric and Alhelm, the two of you, this scene before you just shakes you severely, and you can't help but you feel this is wrong. This should not be happening, and you don't know what in the world would cause this to happen, but it shakes you to your core. And the two of you lose 1 sanity point.
Okay, it's manageable.
Yeah, I'm doing some low rolls against you guys.
Good.
The horror has not set in yet. So, Alhelm, you're just trying to hold up your sword and keep Sigrid at bay, right?
yep.
Alright.
Reluctant to actually strike, but at the same time, prepared to strike.
Okay. So, sure, as soon as Eric and Willow get out of the house, he's been kind of pacing around trying to see what's going on, and he sees that everyone has left and you're the only barrier between him and the other two. He goes to strike at you, against you, Alhelm. So he's going to go ahead and try and make an attack against you, and you go ahead and make a fighting sword check. And because you were readying yourself the previous round, I'll give you a bonus die.
Okay. Let me just find it. Fighting sword. So 60.
Yeah, just roll a d100
And I get to roll twice, right?
No, roll a d100 and then roll a d10. Which is the fourth dice, the one in the middle.
Alright, there's the 1d100 and then the fourth die, right?
Yeah, the d10.
Two.
Ooh.
Nice.
And the d100?
It's right there.
Four.
It's 36.
I
Oh,
think that makes it to 16.
oh, yeah, 16. I hadn't seen it, sorry. So 16, that's a hard success, I believe. Which is pretty
All
good.
right. My intentions for the sword are just like to probe him at best with it, to like encourage him to step away, slash, but not fatally. As I still think something is just wrong with him. My priority is just getting out and closing the door until we can get more people to regroup.
Sure, you see that he lunges at you, attempting to strike, and you see that he kind of extends his hands, his fingers to sort of try and grab at you, and you feel like as soon as he lunges towards you, you see his maw opening and his sharp fangs aiming for your arms or neck or whatever part of you that is exposed that he can get you. And as you see that coming on, you just quickly sidestep to the side and slash at him with your sword, and you get to deal damage to him. So roll for damage.
Okay. How much is this sword again? I think it was a 1d6?
It's on the table. A sword. It's 1d6 plus your damage bonus.
Okay. I think my sheet here has it.
Yep, your damage bonus is 1d4.
1d4.
Yep.
Okay. So roll a 1d6 and then a 1d4. There we go. So 5.
5 points of damage. Nice. He unfortunately, having just returned from the sea, he's still wearing his armor, which is leather, which kind of dampens a little bit the impact from your sword. It cuts, but not too deeply, and you end up not dealing that much damage to him, but you do manage to wound the Sigrid a little bit, and he recoils, and you can see that he reacts to pain. It seems that whatever's going on, he seems to feel this pain that's been inflicted upon him. So,
No.
he tries to strike and you counter-strike, and he just kind of winces and recoils and returns a little bit, but it seems like he hasn't given up, and he's gonna keep attacking. And now it's Willow who is on the outside. Are you doing anything, Willow?
Eric seems like mostly fine. He is just scared, isn't he?
Yeah, I would go outside with you to get away from the thing, but he would still be worried about both Alhem and Sigrid.
Mm-hmm. Is anyone else outside with us? Any crowd gathering?
You do see that the crowd is gathering and everyone just kind of holding torches and keeping a healthy distance. Just kind of people who are curious to see what's going on, but as soon as the yelling and commotion starts taking up, once all of you just rush out of the house, Eric's neck is bleeding a little bit, and there's just this shouting coming from the inside as Alhelm and Sigurd are fighting. Some people they start to take paces back, as in creating distance between themselves. And the only person who's there that returns kind of running a little bit is Gadrick, the guard. He rushes back and he sees the two of you, and he just kind of looks at you with a look of panic and confusion in his face, trying to gauge what just happened to you.
Mm-hmm. And when I look around the crowd, would I see anyone that I could trust to ask for help? Any of the strong men from the crowd, or is it just the guard? Just the guard.
Probably just a guard. You imagine that anyone would help, but nobody's trained in weaponry and such things that well to do anything like that. You imagine that the guard is the only one who would actually risk his life to do this.
Mm-hmm. Okay, can you tell me his name very quickly? I'll note it down. Gadrick?
Yes.
Gaedrick, go help! Help Alholm.
Gaedrick, he looks at you with a little bit of a confused look on his face, but then he sees that there's some commotion inside the house. He nods and runs inside. You see that as he runs, he has his spear in hand already. He just runs into the house with his spear in hand. And
Okay. And
are you doing anything else?
in the meantime, I look around and see. Do I see any axe around? Because I'm barehanded right now.
There is a make a luck roll.
Okay. A luck
Yes.
roll?
You
Okay.
roll and try to roll below your luck attribute.
Okay. Okay. It's below.
So it's a success.
When do you get a? Yeah. When do you get a hard success?
If you roll below half.
Okay, this is a hard success then.
Oh, okay. So you look around and you see that the local lumberjack of the town normally takes to chopping logs and such very close by. There's a trunk on a tree trunk on the ground on the dirt, and just lodged into it is the lumberjack's great axe, pretty much. So you just run up to it and grab it. So I
Okay.
would consider that a great axe.
Awesome.
Great.
Yeah.
That's pretty great.
Yeah, pretty great, Alex. So, Eric, rest here. I'll go help. And mumbling, I go to help Alholm.
Okay, so you just grab the axe, directly the guard, and you just rush into the house with the guard. And on the inside, Alhem, you're there, seeing Sigurd in front of you. What are you doing?
Well, aside from panicking, I will try and. Are they already rushing in?
You hear two persons rushing in. You look to the side just in time to see Willow and Gaedrick running into the house. But it's a very cramped space.
Okay. Is there any form of like, I don't know, like, speak like the man is back from has risen from the dead, but would I in any way or shape know to call it the undead?
Make
From legends or
make an occult check. For me. Why don't you?
occult. Occult. Oh, cult.
Occult.
Or which cult?
By the way, we don't note down like successes on sanity and luck, right? Like for improvement.
On what? Oh, no, not on luck. No.
And not okay.
Oh boy, it's a 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
You never know.
Can I spend 2 luck on it?
Sure.
Okay. Just because I'm like, oh, that's
a
so
nice roll.
close.
That's a lucky
Okay,
roll.
2 luck.
Yes, you have heard tales from people, especially those that you have heard from Eric himself, being from a different culture, he's told you some stories and some myths, and also sailing around the world and through so many cultures, you have heard of things that people call ghouls or zombies or undead, and many other names for it, but you have heard tales of people coming back from the dead and not with good intentions. The religious people would say that they have been possessed by some devil, but those are different topics. You just know that he is returned from the dead and not with good intentions.
So would it be safe for me to say something like, "Oh, Satan has possessed him. The devil has taken his body. He's become a monster."
Yes.
No. Let's all calm down.
He bit someone. He tore a chunk of flesh from the doctor.
So what are you
Josh
doing?
at me.
Oh hell.
I'm kind of waiting to see what the guard is also, Gadrick, what his response to all this is.
It's your turn in combat, so you either hold or do something before you get to see what he does.
I will hold.
Okay. By hold I mean you forfeit your turn. It's not as in hold your action until they do something.
I will forfeit my turn because at this point I don't want to strike him again without
confirmation.
I don't know. My character doesn't know what to do.
Okay, sure. So the guard, he runs inside Gadrick and he looks at the situation and he sees Sigurd in the back and hears you shouting, and he does not knows what to do exactly. So what he is going to try and do, the guard, is to seize him and grab him and hold him down to try and dissuade him from doing anything untowards. So the guard tries to hold him down, and then the Sigurd is going to try and fight back, and he succeeds. So the guard tries to hold him down, and and Sigurd, he just kind of tumbles back and starts hissing and tries to swipe at Gadrick with his claws, and Gadrick just kind of falls back and stumbles on the floor and quickly regains his balance, creating a little bit of distance. But you see that this man is beyond himself. He's totally... He means to do harm. And the guard, he just kind of takes some steps back, feeling confident because the two of you are there, but he himself does not know what to do. Next up is Eric. Are you doing anything?
Eric is standing, still outside, but close by, clutching to his wound. And what I really want to do is shout out. Is that a turn action?
Depends. What do you want to say?
Well, he's frowning and worried, but he's all like, careful with his bite. Don't let him bite him. Hold him down. Just hold him down. Stop him. He is not a fighter to do it himself, but he's just shouting instructions to the other three.
Yeah, the other three on the inside, they seem to acknowledge your action, like, yeah, we will do that. Or at least the guard does. And they seem to acknowledge your instructions. But are you doing anything else aside from that?
I would like to maybe, grab, use the cloth to maybe, press against the wound on my shoulder.
Sure, make a first aid check.
Yes.
As you try to staunch the blood that is flowing from your wounds. Ooh.
That is. My first aid is 65. It's really hard to measure hard and extreme success.
Yeah, normally when you have an actual character sheet, you calculate those things, but 65 divided by 5 is 13. It's not an extreme success by 3. But it doesn't matter, it doesn't do much in this case. The only case in which first aid does more is on a critical success, as far as I remember. You do go ahead, Eric, and you recover 2 hit points.
Nice.
As you quickly try to staunch the flow of blood and tend to your own wounds before they have a chance to get any worse. And you try to stop moving and do as little as you can to not tear up the wounds any further. But as everyone inside the house, they get ready to deal with this guy. Sigrid, he's going to go ahead and try and attack you again. Alhelm.
We were friends.
He doesn't seem to treat you as a friend. He looks at you and there's only pure rage in his eyes. In fact,
I'm sorry, I stole the last cookie.
In fact, as he notices all 3 of you coming, he looks at the ground. He sees his bag, which you guys had opened up previously to look for his flint, and he reaches down, grabs a knife from his bag, and he's going to try and use that to strike at you.
I remember when we bought you that knife.
So, how are you reacting to this attack, Alhelm?
Dodging.
Okay, make a dodge roll.
Okay. 53, and I need 1 second because I need to look through the sheet. So many numbers.
Sure, but
Oh, 57.
It's okay. He failed. He tries to strike at you with the knife, but he seems very concerned. Not concerned as in, with emotion, but concerned as in about his own survival, seeing that there's 3 of you against him, and he knows he's outnumbered, but he tries to strike at you anyways. But trying to be cautious about it doesn't give him a lot of leeway to actually hurt you, and he just kind of stays back there, and that's all that he does. So, Willow, what are you doing?
Can I approach him from behind?
No,
While he's...
the house is too small for you to approach him from behind. When I say house, it's not a house, it's like a room.
Okay. Well, I would like to grab the handle of the axe, with both of my hands on the opposite ends, so kind of like a staff. I would like to rush at the guy with a shout and try to grapple him, embrace him and squeeze him towards my body with the handle of the axe, simply to immobilize him.
Okay, go ahead and make a fighting brawl or axe check. Since you are using your axe to try and grab him.
Okay. This is a hard success.
Cool. He rolls 64, he fails. As he's kind of just swishing the knife at the air at you menacingly, you manage to time it just right with when he's on the backswing from one of his stabs with his knife, and you just rush towards him, and you kind of just strike him a little bit with your axe, the handle, just to get him dizzy, and then you grab him from behind. You get behind him and pull your axe handle and just hold him very tightly against you, so he can't move, and he's immobilized. And then he just keeps trashing, he kicking with his legs, and trying to reach back with his muzzle to bite at you, and he's just going wild, but he's outnumbered.
Yeah. Yeah, and I just hush at him. Shh, it's okay, we'll get you nice and drunk in just a moment. Just calm down. And that is the end of my turn.
He doesn't calm down. He just keeps trashing and he looks like a wild animal. But since you have him grappled and he's overwhelmed, there's no more combat order. I would just like to know what would the three of you like to do with him now that he's immobilized.
My thought was that well, Eric will rush in or at least look in from the door. Do it. Good job. Keep him like that. Tie him up. He must be restrained. The master as well. And Eric himself will go outside. I guess the rope that was holding the horse could be used. Maybe?
Yep. Yeah. You go out to get the leashes with which they were holding the horses. You uncoil them and bring them back and give it to Willow and Alhelm and the guard for them to tie up the sailor Sigurd.
Mm-hmm.
And in a short while he is completely tied up. And this whole while that you're holding him down, Willow, you feel that Sigurd, even though he was just running at you and trying to strike at you, he is incredibly cold. Cold as in lifeless as well. Even though he's still trashing and kicking and trying to bite and snarling. So you have him tied down. What do you do?
We should probably put him by the fire. Let him warm up. He's very cold.
Cold? Something here is very, very wrong. Fire, yes, but we should put him perhaps by bed. He seems like he might hurt himself.
I'm gonna be bringing it, but he's undead. He has no heartbeat. I think we should take him to the monastery at least. Let's see what I don't know. I never dealt with undead.
What is an undead?
Well, it's...
Should we do rolls as well?
No. Alheim and Eric explains to you what an undead is by popular definition, or rather, as far as their occult knowledge goes, they explain to you what an undead person is. And it seems to match what they tell you what an undead is and what Sigurd has become.
Yes.
And the priest can help?
Perhaps there are things that I can do as well to rid him from this evil. But I must get a better idea. This is mad.
At this point, my character's also gonna get the grim, idea. Wait. Oh, is there any more sounds coming from the town? Is he the only one? Oh, dear sweet Saint Joseph. And, my character's, starting to panic, almost, wanting to rush out to go home to check on his daughter.
Before you do that, as you guys are tying him up and You're tying cigarette to the bed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what Eirik would instruct them to do. And
Okay.
tie his muzzle too, if possible, so he doesn't bite.
They do tie his muzzle and tie him to the bed, and as he does, he keeps trashing. And as you're trying to you hold him very tightly to untie him and use the same leashes to tie him to the bed as best as you can. And as you're doing so, Eric and everyone actually, you do notice that this man has a Sigrid has a big wound on the back of his neck. It seems like some sort of bite mark, but it's an odd bite mark. It doesn't match as what you would expect from a bite mark from a canine like yourselves, which is a little bit more elongated. This bite mark seems perfectly circular, like it's making a perfect ellipsis on the back of his neck, and you can see several teeth marks, all of which are kind of jagged and uneven.
Yeah. Especially after noticing that, after tying him down on the bed, Eirik would be way more careful and I won't say scared, just cautious of what he's doing with Sigrid now. But he would ask the other two to hold him down so that he can examine his body a little better. Check for vitals one more time, just be sure. Well, but not with his ear, please.
Okay, everyone holds him down very tightly, and you check up for his vitals, and he still has none. His heart is not beating, and he's still very cold, but he keeps trashing and trying to escape.
The next step would be, I guess, tearing the cloth or just putting it away to check the bite more closely.
Do you want to try and check the bite?
Yeah.
Make a natural world check.
Okay. Let's see. It's a good roll. And I have 45.
Okay, you look up at him, checking him up, and looking at that bite and thinking to all that you know of this place where you all live. You don't know any creature that could make a bite like this.
Okay.
And the bite is also kind of big, like it's the diameter of the bite is about 2/3 of a feet long. It's a very large bite. Actually, no, yeah, the whole diameter of the bite is a whole feet in length, in diameter.
Okay.
So not only do you know that this is not a creature you have ever seen, but this is also a very large creature, whatever it is.
Do you remember him being bitten, Alholm?
No. He was fine when we got off the ship.
So he was bitten after getting off the ship?
Looks that way. In his own home. Wait. Did anyone hear something crawling around when we came in?
Yeah, like rats.
This is definitely not a rat bite. This is a bite of something big. Something different.
Something
Not a dog.
you must have brought from Italy.
Well, if that was the case, why didn't it bite any of us on the ship? Why did it wait until now?
Did you bring any creatures?
No, just Food and goods.
Are you absolutely sure?
Well, yes, that's what the captain made us carry on board.
This is not good. This is not good. We don't need more problems in this town. We should go and check on the rest of your crew.
Yes.
So,
Willow is right.
as best as you can remember, how the
Mm-hmm.
crew arrived at the docks, and all the sailors came into the ale house, but a few of them went off to the longhouse at the mayor's longhouse, and some others went back to their own homes.
Oh boy.
That's all you know from what they have. And you do know for a fact that during this travel you didn't bring any creatures back, only relics. No, not relics. Oh yeah, something some people would consider relics, but mostly food and goods from Italy. Just literally anything you guys could trade in the markets and with the people in Italy. But no creatures were brought back. The only creature, quote unquote, that you brought back was the Greek traveler from Italy. But he's not. You don't imagine he could make a bite like this. No
But
dog could make a bite like this.
But just because he is the one thing that changed on our ship, we all felt uneasy when he joined us. My character might legit be so ignorant to say something along the lines of maybe he was a Greek, maybe it was a pet. We all felt really terrible the moment he stepped on the foot. Maybe it was him.
Maybe
Greek?
we should talk with him. We should find him. Eric, how do you feel? Do you feel cold? Are you going to get the curse as well?
Do I feel cold or anything unusual?
No, the only thing you feel is some lingering pain from the bite wound, but other than that, you don't feel any different from normal. If anything, you even feel warmer after with all the adrenaline that is rushing through you.
No, I am fine. I have treated the wound. I will do cleansing rituals later, but for now, we must know what caused us. If there are any others. You said a Greek? Was he a dog?
Was he a dog?
Was he
He was
a
a
what?
Greek breed.
A dog.
Yes, he was a dog. Also had floppy ears and such.
Do not be deceived by his floppy ears. That man brings nothing but curses on our villages.
This is no dog bite. This is
Okay. How about we split the party? I will go talk to the rest of your crew at the ale house. Let them know that I will be away for a while longer. And we meet up at the monastery, perhaps?
Sweet Mary and Saint Joseph. I don't think right now is a good time to be splitting up. We don't even know what attacked Sigurd to turn him into such a creature, or if this can be undone.
On top of that, you do know that the monastery is like an
An hour away.
Yeah, an hour-ish away. It's kind of far. And just to remind the timeline of facts. As soon as everyone was in the ale house drinking, you all heard a commotion. You went to the house, but you couldn't get in because the horse was going wild by the door. They called in Eric. All three of you reunited. All three of you and Gadrick. Then you calmed the horse. Gadrick took him away. You finally entered the house for the first time. You heard the tittering noise. You felt the rush of wind, which made the candle go dark. And then you rummaged through the bag that was by the door to find the flint. Light up the candle, and then you examined the body. And then you decided that he was dead. Sigrid attacked you. And that's where the commotion began. The second commotion.
The second commotion?
Yeah. At first there was some commotion, but nobody knew what it was. It was just noises coming from Sigrid's house. And then you went over there, and the noises were gone until completely gone after those initial noises. And then you got inside, and only when he attacked you that there was another commotion, which was yourselves fighting against him.
Okay. Before we go out, maybe we should search through the house quickly. Maybe whoever bit this fella is still in the house.
That actually doesn't sound like a bad idea. Just keep your weapons out. If one bite managed to do him, it's very likely whoever gets bitten next will follow.
Okay. Oh, I would like to start investigating the house then.
Okay, everyone who would like to search the house, make a spot hidden roll.
Okay.
While they investigate the house, I think that Eirik would prefer to stay with Sigrid, and if possible, also, just examine him further, the rest of his body, and carefully.
Okay.
Take his armor off, see his chest, see if there's any other marks, anything suspicious.
Make a medicine check, Eric. By the way, were 2 successes?
No.
Normal success for me.
And for me,
That is
no
a fail.
success either. Yeah, that's a very big.
You said it was, Willow?
Yeah, a success for me.
Okay. But a fail for you, right, Alheim?
Yep.
Okay.
I found a dust bunny.
So, Alhelm, as you look around the house, you notice that the place is trashed. You didn't notice this before, but they do have a little bit of furniture here and there. But now that you have actually had the time to assess the damage, you see that everything has been tossed and turned. You didn't notice this at first, and some of his furniture, like a couple chairs he had, they've been broken. Some things have been tumbled over. A little cabinet he has also been knocked over. Everything is a complete mess, and you're just trying to look at all those things, put them back in place, and examine. Think to yourself, why would this have happened? But you're a little bit too distracted to find much going on. You do notice, however, that despite all this commotion that made all of those things tumble, and finding Sigrid not only knocked out but dead, you do realize that, hey, there's no blood anywhere. And that sits odd with you, but it can't quite sure tell why that is. As for you, Willow, Looking through Sigurd's things on his back to see if he did indeed bring something odd from away, the only thing that you don't quite recognize between his tools and such is a small silver pendant. It seems to have a sort of a spiral design to it. Unlike anything you have seen before. And when you start to examine it a little bit closer, you notice that it's not only a spiral, but it's a spiral that starts in the center, curling outwards, and when it gets to the very end, it seems to split off into 3 points. This is a spiral, and it feels odd to you. And then, as you keep looking around the house, you do notice that something had been knocked out from a nearby table and slid into some crates. Well, slid behind some crates in the corner. And as you push them away, you do see what appears to be a book that was thrown there. And you find it very odd, a place to put a book.
So I just put the necklace on my neck to investigate it later, but not now. So I just put it on my neck and check out the book.
As you look into the book, it seems old and a little bit quaint. The cover of the book is unique, not made with materials found around here. You imagine that it did not came from this village or from the monastery, even though you haven't seen a whole lot of books in your life or at all. This book seems, well, as a whole, the concept of a book is somewhat weird to you. But as you open it, you can't read.
Yeah, I have my own language skill, but reading is below, right?
Yeah.
Read and write.
Yeah, that is a separate skill.
Okay, I look at it. That certainly are some shapes going on here. Yep. Any pictures?
So, looking at this book, you can't really tell much of anything about it. If you want, you can make a read and write language check. Because you are not trained, it's a 1% chance to succeed.
Okay, let's do it. No, I won't even luck it out. No.
Sure. You don't know anything about this book. It's a bunch of pages with a bunch of scribbles, but you might as you have no idea what it could be or what it is.
It's as good as tissue paper. Or lunch.
How does it smell? Does it smell like something from here? If it does, then I'll leave it probably. But if it smells like something from outside of this town, that would probably, force me to take it with me.
It does smells a little bit damp. It seems like it was brought along with. It has the same smell of the dogs whenever they come back from a voyage. It smells like the sea, the ocean.
Okay, I'll take it with me, and I guess I'll go back to the guys to share whatever we found.
Sure.
And I completely forget about the pendant that I put on my neck.
Sure. On the other hand, Eric, as you investigate the body to see what else is going on with it, you do notice that the body is cold still. The only significant marks it has is this bite mark on the back of the neck, and the a cut, a very recent cut to its sides, like close to the ribs, and you do realize that this cut through the armor, and you imagine it was Aldhelm that just try to attack him, and you find that odd. That when you take off his armor to look at this cut a little bit better, the cut looked like any other cut you have seen in your life, and you have seen and made many, but the one thing that looks odd about this cut is that there's no blood whatsoever.
Oh, he's been drained.
Okay.
In fact, you do pull out of your medical pouch a jar of leeches that you have to cure several ailments, and you try to put one of your leeches onto him to see if they can suck out whatever illness Sigrid has. And the leeches keep running over his skin, crawling, and even though he keeps trashing, the leeches, they make their rounds for a little while, and then when you pull them out, the leeches are still as skinny as ever, and you see that they didn't suckle onto any blood. And you feel like there is not one single drop of blood left into this person. He has been completely drained.
Yeah. I'm sure of that, right? Because else I would do the ultimate test and just, apologize and make a small cut.
Yes, you are 100% sure that he has no blood on him anymore.
Okay.
So my sword actually probably is like still spotless besides the flesh itself.
Come again?
Like there would be not even a drop of blood on my sword? Wow.
Yeah, not even on your sword. I mean, your sword is your sword is clean as far as blood goes. And it's incredibly odd. You've never seen anything like this before.
Okay. Eric will reconvene with the others too.
Alright, all three of you reunite just a few paces away from the bed where Sigrid is being kept, and Gadrick is at the door just shouting at the people, telling them to go back to their houses, that the Hartru, the guards, they are looking into the case, into the commotions, and that people should stay on their houses to try and dissuade panic in the town. And then he returns to the three of you, and he just approaches, and you see that he's very nervous, like, so, what have you found? What's going on?
This is unheard of. Something bad is going on. That man, he should be dead. If this is an illness, it is nothing like I have seen before.
And he thinks to himself for a little while and says, well, but he's not dead, he's alive.
Eric shakes his head. His heart does not beat. I have found not a single drop of blood in his body. It is, by all accounts, impossible to be alive in this state. If he was not thrashing right there, I would not. If he had not bit me himself, I would not believe it.
I'll just repeat almost annoyingly. It's like he's possessed by demons.
And Gadrick, the guard, just looks at you and nods. Eric is just like, I wouldn't know anything of that. You're the healer. If you say he's dead, then I'll take your word for it. But what do we do? What caused this? Who caused this?
I am rattled to some extent. I would like to perform cleansing rituals that I know, but we cannot be sure. If this was caused by something or someone, then we must make sure that there are no others in town, among the sailors or others, that suffer for the same illness. People could get hurt if more people go out rampaging like this.
Well, is there anything I and the rest of the hard world can do to ensure the safety of the people? What do we do?
I admit that even I am at loss, but it would be to perhaps put Sigrid here, lock him up somewhere safe, keep him restrained where he cannot hurt anybody. After that, we must perhaps sweep the town, gather the sailors. There is no
Perhaps.
indication that they brought anything wrong, but Sigrid is a sailor, and they are the only thing that has come here this night. Yes?
Yes. Only the ship returned with the sailors and traders. That's all that showed up today.
And the Greek.
Was there a Greek?
Where is this Greek?
The man who went to the monastery. My gods, what is even going on in the monastery? Was it him? Did he bring this ailment with him?
Gaedric, could you please send someone to go around the households and warn everyone that something dangerous may be in the town right now? So, keep watch. And in case anyone else would get hurt, maybe it would be wise to gather everyone at the ale house for the night. What do you think?
Yes, I'll tell Thane Orwin as soon as possible. That's the first thing I'll do. I'll tell him what's going on, and as the Thane of Hundwick, he'll do something to protect his town from whatever is going on. And sure, I'll go and try and look for the sailors and bring them together and protect the rest of the people of this village.
Thank you, Gaedric.
Is there knowledge if this so said Greek dog, did he really leave town? Can any guard tell?
I don't recall seeing him, but I do remember some people departing on horses towards the monastery, so I didn't see if there was any other dogs there, but well, you know how things are. Nobody would willingly open their doors to an outsider. He wouldn't find any place to stay at here. If it's not on the streets, he's on the way to the monastery.
Yes, that is true. The captain of the ship seems to be the best candidate to speak to as well. Well, we must round up the sailors, make sure everyone is fine, ask questions. It is still possible that Sigrid has caught some kind of disease somewhere abroad and brought it over. I would like to believe that.
Even if he has no blood, but if he still lives, maybe he'll recover if he eats enough.
There is no life without blood, my friend.
I mean,
He seems alive. I don't know. You are the medic. I was just trying to be helpful.
It shames me that I cannot explain this, but Eric looks around for a moment. His loss of blood, he did not cough it up. He did not get cut. I do not understand. It is possible that someone perhaps did something to him and then brought him here, because there is blood. The blood is not in him, and it is not here.
And what will the three of you be doing in case I need to find you?
Well, speak to the captain. To the captain of your ship, Alheim.
I can give you directions, but I do need to see to my daughter's safety. Every minute that goes by, my heart grows even more heavier than it did before.
Oh. And that's at the monastery, right?
No. She lives in town.
Oh. Well, how about we just temporarily split the party? Do whatever we need to do in the town, and then reconcile to go to the monastery or wherever we want to go next.
Where is there word on where is the captain?
Where did the captain go? I would think he was at that ale house, maybe.
No, being important among the crew, he's on the longhouse at the mayor's, the Thane's home.
Okay, and that's nearby, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the very center of town.
Okay. Well, we can go by your house, Alhelm. So you can spend some time with your daughter, and then follow up to the longhouse, perhaps. Does that sound fine?
If the group wants, he can just split off on his own. He just wants to make sure absolutely that his daughter's safe.
Yeah.
Willow here has a point. We must act in haste. I would also like to check up on my brother, rouse him, make sure he is ready in case more townsfolk need help. Also grab some supplies.
Okay,
But
and in the meantime, I can go to the alehouse and explain everything to the people there. And then we gather up by the longhouse.
that sounds like a good plan. Dick?
Well, alright then, I'll accompany you. I'll need to tell the Thane about what's transpired then. And
if you are going to the longhouse, could you please, if the captain is there, make sure he stays there until we can arrive and talk to him.
of course, and I'll tell them to stay put and stay over there, and then I'll look for the other sailors, all of them, to get them to go over there as well.
Yes, good lad.
Okay.
Good boy.
Alright, God be with you. And then he walks off towards the longhouse and leaves you there near the docks where Sigrid leaves, and then the three of you are left behind with a dog trashing on bed and still bound by horse leashes.
Mm-hmm.
So, what are you guys going to do next?
Probably leave him here to trash, and we do our first split the party of our cock game and take care of our personal businesses before we gather up by the longhouse.
Okay.
Is that what we wanna do?
All right. So
We should
go on.
probably make sure he's well tied and that the door stays closed until other guards possibly come to lock him up somewhere, like mentioned. But other than that, yes, split the party.
Sure.
Yeah.
It doesn't take too long before another guard shows up and you tell him to stay put over there and not go inside, but also make sure that whatever's inside doesn't leave. And you tell him that, and he looks at you with odd faces, but he knows that he wasn't here for the commotion, and he knows your faces are serious enough that he believes you and trusts you. And then he just stays put, and all three of you go off to do your own things for a while. So we'll begin with you first, Willow. What are you going to be doing?
I'll go back to the alehouse, explain to explain to them with exactly what happened, like completely honestly, with their crewmate, and ask them to ask some of the more trustworthy townfolk, look for my tavern while I'm gone, like investigating and talking to the mayor and everything.
Sure.
Like, yeah.
All
Because
of them.
I kind of assume that we are a close community and they wouldn't just trash my place. Hopefully.
Oh, yeah, not at all. They all nod and say, "Sure, we don't know what's going on, but we're going to look after your place. Don't worry." And some more upstanding citizens of Hundwick, they take up the mantle of looking over the tavern for a while.
You are good boys. You have my deepest gratitude.
Some
And
of them
I go away.
Some of them bark, some others howl, and they in the end they all say aye aye, and they kind of leave you off with a very loud chant that makes your heart warm up a little bit, knowing that no matter what happens, there's always some place in this dark night where you can find a little bit of solace and friends and trustworthy people. This is your community, and you will always find a good place here. Eric.
I wag my tail as I go.
Everyone's wagging their tails as well.
Okay. And that's it.
Eric, you're going off back to your home, right?
Yeah. I am thinking that he would like to see if his brother is, if he's awake, sleeping, if he's well enough.
All right, you go back to your hut, which is not super close, but not the farthest building. And as soon as you get away from the docks, you notice that the town is quiet again, and whatever the true commotions didn't rouse up many people, and a lot of them are still sleeping. Many of them still unaware of what just transpired and is still transpiring. When you get back to your hut, left by your parents, you do find your brother there still sleeping soundly.
I will wake him up, just, hurriedly tell him in simple ways what happened and tell him to stay awake in case other people in town came looking for assistance because he had to go out. But to also be careful.
He nods to you. Of course, I'll stay behind and I'll prepare whatever needs preparing. You're going to be
Just-
okay, brother.
Yes, I will do what I must do. Just remember what I said. Be careful.
Same to you.
And alongside of that, he will just grab a few more things. Like the first time he just grabbed mostly first aid stuff. The stuff he usually takes that are generic. But this time he will take. I don't have a strong idea of what kind of more like protective charm or this kind of thing from his own culture.
Well, you do bring you do gather up most of your medical supplies, the things that you will need, that you imagine you will need in case people see a lot of injury. You do also grab you probably have some like simple leather clothes that you could use to protect
Yeah.
yourself a little bit better, or maybe just pick up a shield that is leftover, a heirloom from your family, left by your father's grandfather.
Yes, that sounds great. And if there's any kind of like amulet or I don't know twig or anything that religiously he believes could offer protection, he will grab that too, regardless if that is relevant in inventory or not. Just
Sure,
as a mean, really.
You also grab some a pendant with some necklace-ish looking thing full of little symbols from stones engraved with runes from the old gods, from the old traditions that your family brought with them when they came here. You bring all of those things, you pick all of those up and prepare to leave. As you're leaving, you see your brother lighting up candles inside the house and putting them near the windows so everyone can see that your house is open, in case anyone needs solace and help. And with that, you
Sure.
leave, I imagine, right?
Yeah, to the longhouse.
Okay. Lastly, Alhelm, you're visiting your own house to see your daughter. Right? Hello?
Oh, sorry. I muted myself.
Oh, you.
So that my, no sound effects make it through my head. Anyways, I would assume I have a key to my own house, right?
Yeah. You know the tricks to opening the door and such.
Okay. Nonchalantly, I'll go in mostly in a bit of a panic. Struggle a bit with like opening the door because my paws are kind of shaking now that the fear is settling in, and I rush in to go look for her. I'm assuming the first place would be like her bed.
Yeah, you rush into the house, still just kind of hurriedly lighting up a torch and walking into the room to see if she is there. And as you look behind the sort of like a divider that is in the room to divide the rooms and such. As you look behind there and in the bed, you see the small shape of your daughter just tossing and turning in bed a little bit, opening up her eyes and looking up at you, and she recognizes you, and she's like, "Father, you're back."
It's a torch I'm holding, right?
Yeah, it's a torch.
Is there a place I could just hang it?
Sure, yeah. You do have some things made of metal or some sconces on the wall that you can just put in a torch and leave them be.
Oh, well, I'll do that first. And at this point, I will perk those ears up as best as I can, get down on a knee, and just go and cup her head and just, kiss her on the forehead and say, "Oh, sweetie. Oh, you're safe, you're safe. Oh, my heart is at ease."
She is very surprised. She's still waking up, and she weakly hugs you back. And she's like, "Father, what's going on? I didn't even see you arriving. Sorry, I should have been at the docks."
"Oh, it's fine, it's fine. Are you alright? Has anything bitten you?" And, touches her forehead.
You examine her best as she can. She's like, I'm doing well. I'm doing fine. What's wrong, Father? You look pale. What's going on? Is there something wrong?"
The devil's luck is in town. Strange things are happening tonight, and I had to make a clear, rush to the house to make sure you were doing alright. Oh, so worried. The sea's been terrible. Everybody's been on tension. Strange things are happening in town.
But what do we do, Father?
He takes a deep breath, thinks, he wasn't exactly planning for the afterward, like, what to do afterwards.
For a plan?
Yeah.
But she sees that you starts to stumble as you think about things, and she's like, "Okay, let me help you." And then she stands up and goes after the main room. She grabs a very large knife from the kitchen, something that she could use not only to prepare food but also to defend herself. And she takes it, looks, checks the blade, and says, "I can defend myself with this, Father. Are you going somewhere? Or are you staying here?"
Unfortunately, I need to go. I think we're rendezvousing at the log house. I think that's what it was called.
The longhouse, yes.
Longhouse. No clue what that is, but
And she looks up at you and says, all right.
but
Do you
I know. Do you remember old man Willow?
Yes, from the ale house. He's younger
Yes.
than you, isn't he, though?
Is he? Just turn to the side and I speak off and look into the distance. Is he?
What about him, Father?
I know a lot of the I know some folks are there gathered for ale, and he's warned them. So perhaps it might be best to dress, and take whatever you need, and wait there until I come back, and we can gather up what to do from there.
All right. I'll do that, Father. And then she gets up and starts picking up her clothes and getting dressed up and ready to leave. You see that she's picking a lot of things in a pouch, almost as if she's preparing for a journey. But in a short while, she's ready to leave with you, still with a knife in hand. Go on.
And before we even go anywhere, just like quickly give her a hug, apologize for waking her up, and then apologize even more for the sorry state that she had to wake up into.
She just nods with a. She hugs you back and just nods in, and you can sense a feeling of, I know, I've been there for too long. I know this routine we have. And she just nods as you say those things to her.
In which case, afterwards, I'll go to escort her to the ale house, and from there, once I know she's in good hands, move over to the longhouse.
Okay. So because the town is quite small, as all of you are walking, you see the ale house from a distance, and then you know that you have to turn on a specific corner, and you just wave goodbye to your daughter, and she runs the rest of the way. There's a few guards on Hartwell patrolling the streets and walking, and you know that she'll be safe for the 2-3 blocks she has to run to get to the ale house, and you feel safer hearing some revelry coming from over there and seeing the torches lit, and you know that she'll be safe over there, even though it's pitch black tonight and everything is dark. But you feel a little bit more at ease knowing that she's well and she's going to be in a place full of people. And then, as you keep going towards the longhouse, turning a corner, you walk up and all three of you meet, kinda in the crossroads, everyone coming from one different road. And not only do the three of you meet, but you also see Gadrick showing up, coming down from the stairs up to the longhouse, and he says, "Alright, there's that house over there is one of the sailors. I'm just going to warn him to come back with me to the longhouse. Would you mind accompanying me?"
No, I'll just nod and follow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Alright, all of you follow Gadrick as he just says, I told the thing what happened, and well, as best as I could explain, and he's nobody knows what's going on, and he says that if we find the Greek man, to bring him here for questioning and possibly even for a trial, in case he is in fact guilty of doing whatever it is that's been happening to town. And other than that, I don't know what else to say. Everyone's just confused and afraid. But the Thane Orwin told me to tell you that you seem to know what you're doing, and to follow the directions of the healer. So we're counting on you to figure out what's going on. If there's some illnesses or some disease that's affecting people, we'll be following you. Whatever you say goes.
Eric nods. He even puts a hand on Gadrick's shoulder as they walk, but maybe he can tell that Eric is a little awkward, like he doesn't do that too often, but still he tries to put a hand there just to not be here reassuring.
And
it is good.
Gadrick nods to you as you do that, and you see him wagging his tail a little bit.
But do not worry. Disease or curse, we will fight it, and we will find the root of this and get rid of it. Was the captain in the longhouse, by the way?
Yes, the captain was over there as well, and he said he did not know what to say, or what was going on. He was there with with two others from the ship, and he told me to find the rest of the crew and bring them to the ship as well, to see if they know anything. But all he told me is that they did spend some extra time in Rome trading for things, and they might have picked up something. Someone in the crew might have picked something up that he did not know of, but he can't be sure.
Curse whoever was this man, for he should know whatever happens in Rome stays at Rome.
And Gadrick just says, well, but anyway, let's find the sailors and get everyone the longhouse as soon as possible. And as you are all starting to approach the house, you're still a ways away from it. And as he's updating you all on what's transpired at the longhouse, all of you hear yet another commotion going on at the house of the sailor. You hear loud banging and bashing against the walls and such. Some what appears to be fighting going on at this sailor's house. Even from this distance, you can hear all these noises.
My character will just take initiative, unsheath his sword, and just like run because this is one of his sea brothers, and he will not let another one be claimed by this curse.
I request as well, but shouted the whole "Be careful! He might show the same things."
Since I probably know this town very well, do I know how many windows are in that house? Because I'm thinking about staying outside for, at the start of this commotion to see if anything tries to run away from the house. But then again, when we were in the previous house, the windows were not broken out, were they?
No, the windows were not broken out in the previous house.
Okay, never mind then.
Alright, but all of you run into the house, and I would like everyone, as you're running towards the house, or following after Alhelms, I would like you all to make a spot hidden roll.
Okay.
Oh wow! Wow!
Oh no!
Oh, that's a pass for me.
Okay. So that's a success on Alhelm and Eric, right?
Yes.
And the most critical failure on mine.
Okay. So as everyone takes off running, like doing a mad dash towards the sailor's house, you are taken by surprise, Willow. And as you start running, it's dark. Everyone's running ahead of you. You hadn't had time to really get yourself reacquainted with holding an axe in your hand. And as you're trying to follow them, you trip on your own poles and you stack it on the floor, and you fall behind the group a little bit. But people don't seem to really stop to aid you, and you lose a little bit of time getting up. But in this time that you're putting your pulse to the ground and getting up, you do not see what everyone else sees. From the house, you as you approach it, you keep hearing that loud noise, the and as you hear that teetering noise and you look towards the house, a little bit more trashing seems to happen, and you see this oddly shining globule coming out of the window, and you all take a little bit of pause to try and decipher what is that. But what you pretty much see appears to be a balloon of sorts, or at least the shape of a water balloon flying out of the window, and you see that this shiny liquid within seems to be blood that is reflecting the light off of your torches as you run towards the house. And you can't quite understand exactly what's going on, but you do know for a fact that you do see blood contained into some sort of container or capsule or something flying out through this person's window. And I would like the two of you, Alhelm and Eric, to make a sanity check.
Oh damn.
Whew.
All right.
Wait, I actually think you want to fail these. I don't remember.
No, you do want to succeed on sanity checks.
Whew.
So, Alhelm, you're good. That's odd, but you're really focused on saving your mate, and you just ignore that and run straight to the door to break it down and run inside. But you, Eric, however, this shakes you, whatever that is. There's too many things deceiving your knowledge of the world, and you lose 3 points of sanity.
Can we not like focus on maybe stopping that thing from flying?
Unless you do want to focus on that thing, yeah, you can.
We like I am concerned, but it's filled with blood, and I feel like if I let it go, it would claim another person while we're trying to catch up to it again. So, if possible, the moment I see it, I'm just gonna try and whack it like a fly.
Okay, so instead of going to the door, you see that thing flying out of the window that is on the side of the house, and you see that thing and you run straight towards it, right?
Mm-hmm. To try and like whack it, see if I can dither it from flying off.
Okay, you see the thing floating away, and you don't know what it is, but you see that there's something going on with it, and you try to approach and whack it. So you can go ahead and make a fighting sword check, yeah, to hit it.
Whew!
Is that a success?
Exactly a success.
Oh, nice. Nice. You see this thing remember to mark checks for those skills you guys are succeeding, by the way. So you see this thing flying away, and you run up to it to strike at it, and whatever it is, this floating ball of blood, it as you approach, you see a little bit more of what it is. Now your torch, much closer, is able to illuminate this whole thing's form, and what you see in front of you is a loathsome flying tentacle creature thing. You see what appears to be a big bulbous head filled with blood, and several tentacles that's just whirling in the air in random directions, and what appears to be some sort of like an extending tube with a mouth full of teeth, and you see that it's circular and has about the same size as the teeth from the creature from the teeth Mark had seen on Sigrid. And now you see that whatever this thing is, it is indeed the creature that is attacking everyone, that has hurt and possibly killed Sigrid, and just gone and did something horrible to the sailor that lives in this house, to Wigbold. And it shakes you to see this creature in front of you. The creature is going to try and fight back. But while it is trying to fight back, swiping at you with one of its many tentacles, I would like you to make a sanity check to see the creature for real now.
Oof.
Oh god. Here we go, another sanity check. Ooh.
That seems like a failure.
I think it is.
Alright. So you do hit.
What is it?
Hmm?
Up there. What is it based off? My intelligence or
Your sanity. You have a sanity stat.
Oh, okay.
You're trying to roll equal or under to your sanity stat.
Let's see, I'm looking sorry.
It's okay. On your character sheet, it's on the left-hand side below your hit points.
Oh, remember General? The 3299? Oh, I definitely failed it.
Yeah, that's your sanity. And you had already lost one sanity point before, hadn't you?
Yep, so I'm 29.
Yeah. So you failed that. So, oh Helm, you lose 6 sanity points,
Oh boy, I'm falling fast.
right? To see this horrible, loathsome creature that offends everything that you know this world should be. To know that this creature can stealthily enter people's houses and drink all of their bloods and leave behind something that turns into a horrible, cursed creature that is no longer alive and yet moves and attacks everything and everyone. That shakes you to your core, and you lose 6 sanity points. And to acknowledge all of this, it takes such a toll on your mind that you can't help but to feel that your mind tries to deal with all of this that you're seeing. None of this should be happening, but it is. And I would like you to make an intelligence check right now.
Uh-oh. Oh!
That sounds like a failure.
That's a really hard fail.
You do not know what this thing is. You never really, even though you have sailed the world and been to many places, you don't know what this thing is, but you know that it's a bad thing and that it should die. And that's all you focus on doing right now. And you completely disregard that it doesn't make sense and that your fate is being shaken. You disregard all of that. The demon is before you, and you will strike it down. So your attack did hit. Roll damage.
Okay.
By the way, because you failed your intelligence check, you do not go into a bout of madness.
Whew. Just the one. No! Very weak damage. Okay, we made up for it there. 4.
4, alright. You rush up to the creature and try to slash at it with your sword, but whatever this creature is made of, it's made of something completely alien to you, something that you never had to cut through before. It doesn't feel quite like wood or flesh. It feels like something rubbery, something slick that is hard to cut through. And even then, when you seem to be able to nearly find purchase, your sword completely slips and deals no damage to the creature whatsoever. But the creature that seemed to be trying to flee or just fly away notices you, and it seems to locks its eyes on you, and it's not a fan of you having tried to attack it.
I'm not a fan of it for trying to for sucking the blood out of my friends.
Alright, so after you go, Alhelm, now we go into turn order. So first is Willow. You stacked it into the ground, and then you got up, and you see way in the front of you, Alhelm just attacking something.
Do I do a sanity check now? Or did that failure save me?
No, depends on whether you want to approach it or not. What do you want to do?
I mean, I see that Alheim is fighting against it, so I will try to push through my coordinates and attack the thing as well. With a very loud shout that's probably going to be heard across most of the town.
Alright. You feel that your community is being threatened and your friends are being hurt and something horrible is happening, so you pick up your axe with both of your hands and rush towards it to strike at whatever it is, and you don't quite know what it is until you really rush up to it. And now I would like you to go ahead and make an attack, your attack roll, fighting or axe.
I will probably luck it out.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. 3 points.
Before you do,
So
yeah, the creature fails. So yeah. You can go ahead and luck it out if you want.
Okay, minus 3 points. Luck. Okay, and I roll damage, right?
Yes, now that you have hit, you can go ahead and roll for damage.
So, great axe is 2d6, and I think I also had another 1d6 from my build.
Yeah, your damage bonus is 1d6.
Okay.
Ooh, 3d6, nice.
You're a beefy
11.
boy.
Yeah.
you-
A lot of shouting and just like a dump strength.
In the middle of all this chaos, it does somehow sound heroic, but once you walk up to the creature and you see this foul presence in front of you, and just as you strike at it, that you realize what it is that you are hitting, make a sanity check. For seeing the loathsome flying tentacle monster.
Yeah, I love this website, by the way, like choosing the dice.
Oh yeah.
Okay, this is a success.
Okay, if it is a success, you lose only 1 sanity point for seeing this creature.
Okay. My sanity.
Also, I would like
Okay.
you guys to write down how much sanity you have lost to this, to the loathsome, flying tentacle. How much sanity you have lost seeing this already.
It's my point for now.
No, I lost 6 to it.
Yeah.
Does the sanity that we lost from seeing the floating blood count?
Yeah, it does count as well.
Okay.
And you are able to maintain your sanity, Alhelm. Willow. It's not only because whatever it is, you know that you have the backup of all these people that are with you, but also because as you strike at it with your great axe, cutting into it, you manage to make a very deep cut that makes a very deep gouge onto it, breaking the creature's skin and making it bleed a dark Icarus liquid that is very kind of pungent and sticky. It looks like some sort of blood, but not quite. It's impossible to say for sure, but it's something very foul. But whatever it is, it's what keeps this creature alive, and you know that in some way you are weakening it as you deal damage to it. And by the way, I'm gonna show you on Discord what it looks like.
Oh, I was really excited. Oh god, what the hell?
Oh wow. Oh. Okay. Yeah. This is terrifying. I imagined it's like much simpler.
Thing. This is absolutely horrifying. To think this was on someone's neck is even more horrifying.
So does the blood mixture like splash over my face and everything?
On the
Oh.
ground and such, yeah. The creature it still has on its bulbous head the blood that it had drained from apparently some victim, but because its head is very far up, you couldn't hit it. It hit the creature itself, and its own blood it has spilled onto the ground, and you can see that it's just foul. It's pungent and it smells of sickly disease and just horrible things and smells and such. And that is it for your turn.
It's just a question. Since an axe has an impale, does that mean that I can like keep it from flying away?
No, impale damage means that if you roll a extreme success on your attack, you deal extra damage. Actually, impale means that you maximize the damage from all your dices, and then you roll the weapon damage die again. So you maximize the 3d6, so 18, and then you roll 2 more d6s.
Okay.
But an extreme success
Mhm.
is 1/5 of your fighting value.
Okay.
But no, the creature can still run away if it wants to. Next up in the initiative order, were you gonna say something?
No, that was just my question.
Okay. So next up is the Harturu, the guard, Gadrick, who's with all of you. You see him holding up his spear and rushing up to the creature, and he too is going to go ahead and try and fight against it. Because, you know, what else are they going to do? Wow,
Yeah.
But alas,
they run up to the creature, and as soon as they walk up to it and are ready to strike, they look up and realize what this creature is. And you see that they just kind of they seem to freeze, and you see them seize up a little bit. They raise their shoulders and curl up their arms. And Gadrick, he just starts shaking. His tail bends down. His ears that are already floppy get even lower, and some yellow liquid seems to run down his legs as he looks at this creature, and he seems to not be able to move or react in any way. He's just overcome with deep, paralyzing fear. And next up is Eric.
oh, okay. Eric will actually, stay in the back, even though he is looking at the creature. So I don't know if I have to do another check, but he will just, with mutter God's protect us prayer and fumble for his shield that he got to put in front of him and step back, but he will shout out for help.
Okay, you hold up your shield as you look at the creature, and now that Alhelm is up and close to the creature, holding his sword with one hand, and his torch in the other hand, and looking up at the creature and illuminating it, you can see what it is. So now you do make a sanity check as you
Yep.
scream and shout for help.
That is a success, at least.
Okay, you lose only one sanity point.
Okay.
And you shout for help, and you are a little bit far away, but everyone's screams just carry over, and you see that from far away, some other people starts to shout in response to try and signify that they are doing their best to try and come to your aid in some way, shape, or form. And lastly, it's the turn of the creature.
Oh no.
No.
So after being stricken by all three of you, well, all two of you, because the guard failed, and Eric, you didn't try to strike the creature. It is going to go ahead and try and strike at one of you. Willow, why not?
Okay.
So the creature is going to try and grab at you, doing a combat maneuver.
hmm
Just let me double check on combat maneuvers just to make sure on how it works.
hmm
Because this game has a few many rules, and
Yes.
I wanna make sure I do the right rule here. Thankfully, I have some handy bookmarks that have some quick rules for things. Combat. Fighting maneuvers. Oh yeah, here we go. Fighting maneuvers. So it is going to try and grab at you, Willow. I would like you to make your well, what do you want to do? You want to try and fight back or dodge or what?
I put a lot of points in dodge because I thought I would be using it a lot. But in character, if I pushed myself so far as to attack at something some hellish, I would probably I would not think straight. I would go 100% berserk attack mode.
Okay, so go ahead and...
So I fight.
Okay, make your attack roll with your axe or whatever it is that you're using.
Yeah, it's an axe. And 25, that is 1/3 of my skill. So,
1/5.
I need a 1/5, right, for the impel?
Yeah, for it to be an extreme success, it needs to be 1/5 of the value.
Oh, okay, then no, it's just a normal success.
Alright.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a hard success. Ooh.
Yeah, and what damage now?
Yeah, the creature tries to, instead of just slapping at you, it tries to grab you with one of its tentacles, and seems like it's trying to constrict you, but you manage to break free and slash back at it. So that's a hard success on you, right?
Yeah, it's like my skill is 75 on it, and I got 24.
Oh, yeah.
So it's below 1/3. So my usual damage or lower or how?
It's you can roll usual damage. For the extreme success, you have to roll below 1/5, which would be 15 for you.
Yeah, I was just wondering if maybe it would be only 1d6 or something, since it wasn't even my turn.
No, it's the full damage. Go for it.
Okay, so it's 9 total.
You strike back at the creature with your axe, and the creature yelps in pain a little bit. And because it was a little bit closer to the creature, well, the creature was a little bit closer to you, I would like you to go ahead and make a luck roll.
Luck, okay. Interesting. Okay, that's a normal success for me.
Okay. Because it's a normal success, you only hit the creature itself, and nothing else.
Okay.
Which is for something else that would be surprising if you did fail your luck roll. But in any case, the creature, after trying to grab you, and then it recoils a little bit, and it keeps doing the teetering noise, and you realize that the source of the teetering noise is the creature itself, but the teetering kind of speeds up a little bit, almost like a hiss in a kind of sense, and it tries to go for you again with with its tentacle to grab you. So now, you get to choose if you're gonna dodge or fight back.
Okay, this is starting to get overwhelming, and I think I'll try to dodge now.
Okay.
It is really scary.
Whatever you try to do, you have a penalty die. So you're going to roll a d100 and a d10 and use the worst result.
Okay. Okay, so I have a 5. Okay. Okay, I'll roll a 1d10. Right?
Yeah, 1d10 and 1d100.
Oof. 73 then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my dog.
Yeah.
Oh.
And it's a critical failure on the creature's part. It tries to...
It trips and slams against me.
Right? The creature tries tries to go for you with its tentacles open, and you try to dodge as well, and you kind of try to take a step back, but once again you trip on your own paws and you just kind of collapse against the ground on your back. You just fall backwards, and the creature that was lunging towards you completely missed the target, and it keeps flying forwards, not only missing you, but getting out of your range completely. And then the creature turns back around and sees what's going on, and then looks to the side to see what else it can do. And with the remainder of its turn, because it has a third action, it's going to go for the easy target, and it's going to try and grab Eric now.
Oh.
Oh no.
So, it's Eric. Do you want to fight back or dodge?
Dodge.
Okay,
For sure.
make a dodge roll.
Let's see.
Holy shit.
Today is not the creature's day.
The creature's not having any luck. It tries to grab at you, and you just kind of offhandedly lift up your shield, and you feel the bash against your shield, and you feel your whole body recoil back with the severe strength of this creature, and you realize that if you manage to grab a hold of any of you, it could be very bad. But then you just kind of tumble back a little bit. You don't lose your balance, and you just kind of shove the creature off to the side. And once it realizes that it can't, for the life of it, grab anyone, it starts trying to fly off into the distance. And you see that it gains a little bit of height, and also goes off further down the street. And it seems like the creature, after trying to attack all of you, is trying to run away, or at least it seems to have lost interest on all of you. And it's making a run for it. Next up, once again from the top of the round, is Willow.
Okay. I look around the other people to see what is the reaction of the creature running away, because I'm not as heroic as to chase after it. So I'll just shout, "Is it running away?"
Get it!
Okay. I try to get up and chase it like the bloodhounds do.
Sure, you pick up your axe, you get yourself up and you start running towards the creature, and you to see if you can even strike at it. And looking at the creature and how it's flying, it seems to be a little bit above the ground as it's trying to fly up into the air. So reaching it is going to be difficult.
Okay. I'm going to wave my axe in the air like a dummy. Just, not thinking straight.
So you're just running below the creature and trying to strike at it?
Yeah, even if it's just to intimidate it to go away. Like, go away, you monster! You devil's spawn!
Sure,
I wave my axe and intimidate it. Like, shoo!
You run below the creature and keep trying to wave your axe towards it, and you see that the creature keeps trying to slap it away with its tentacles, and it's still a little, it's a ways up high, but not too much. But it would be very tricky to actually hit it with your axe. But other than that, you do seem to be trying. It does seem to be working. The creature doesn't want to stay there and keeps trying to float away. But if that's all that you do, if that is all that you do, next up is Helm.
It would be kind of the opposite for him, because when he sees that thing, he keeps being reminded that so long as it lives, his daughter's in a constant state of threat, since it's probably gotten 2 people now. So he's just going all out trying to impale it.
Sure. So what are you doing?
Attack.
Okay, are you running, jumping, and attacking?
Yeah, just trying to impale it on the tip of the sword. See if you can like drag it down. If he gets a good stab in,
Okay,
he'll even go so far as to make me even jump. What do you call it? Over his shoulders.
Yeah, if you want, you can do that. Like if I saw you like running behind me, I would even I would even like to give you a push up. If we were able to coordinate like that.
okay. So the two of you kind of do an impromptu coordinate. You see Willow, you see Alhelm coming towards you, and you just drop your axe to prop your paws. You cross your fingers to form some sort of platform, and you just hold your hands in there, your paws to Alhelm as he comes running and rushing towards the creature. And just as you do, you push him upwards towards the creature to try and hit it. So, Alhelm, I'll be nice, but not too nice. I still would like you to make a jump check, but I'll give you a bonus dice.
Oh boy. Okay, let's see. Let me roll a 1d100.
And a 1d10.
Oh boy, this is already really bad.
So,
Right.
like when we have the bonus die, we use the better or lower one from the tens, right?
Yes.
Like, okay.
So that's 78.
Okay.
78 is still a failure.
This may sound horrible.
Push it, mate.
Oh yeah, I can push it.
Sure. Actually, yeah, you normally can't push combat rolls, but this is technically isn't a combat roll. So, how are you pushing yourself, Alhelm? What are you doing to make sure that this trick does work? What are you sacrificing to make sure that this will work?
This is gonna sound really stupid, but I'm going to be so reckless that I'm not gonna think about the landing. And for all intents purposes, I could just fumble the landing and just impale myself.
Sure. Make a jump check again. Your pushed roll.
Oh! Okay. I think that's enough. I still have a bonus die or no?
No.
Okay, then I'm just gonna expend the luck to succeed it. If I can.
Oh.
Sure. Is your jump 35?
It's 25, but I have 49 luck, so I'm not going to let this fail!
Sure.
Okay. Let me just do the math real quick. Let me just subtract it. Alright. Delete 49. And I need... It's 36, so I need to make it a 25.
Yeah. So you spend 11 luck points.
Yeah, jumping is not something that people usually put skill points in.
Yeah.
Is it?
Alright, so I have 38 luck left.
Sure. You do a shoryuken up into the sky with your sword, trying to hit the tentacled monster. And sure, you can go ahead and make your attack roll against the creature.
1 second. Eito pare, Espírito Santo. Amen.
Go for it.
52! Yes!
The creature, as always, will fight back.
Woo!
But it fails. Roll for your damage.
Okay. So it's the 1d6. Oh!
Nice.
And then the 1d4. I would have laughed if it was also 4! So 8 damage.
Alright. Once again, you feel that the creature is resistant, and you have a lot of time cutting through it, but this time you you have a lot of weight behind you because of your rushing, jumping, leaping stance, and you are able to cut it a little bit better and nearly impale it a little bit, like you poke through it with your sword, and you deal a significant amount of damage. You make the creature bleed, and more of its putrid, ichor black blood rain onto onto Willow below you. And then you come back down and you land with a nice, not a super nice tuck and roll, but you don't impale yourself and you don't stack it on your face. You are able to kind of land, lose your balance a little bit, and take a little bit of time to recoil, but you do manage to land, get up your sword, and in just a quick steps you're back up on your feet, ready to strike again. But that's your turn.
Oh, for all intents and purposes. Oh, thank God that didn't end with my death.
By the way, because this was a success without a bonus die, you can mark a check on your jump skill.
Okay, thank you.
And then,
even though luck was used?
oh, he used luck, right? No, yeah, never mind.
I did.
Yeah, never mind. I forgot about that. Sorry. Next up, Gadrick is still paralyzed in the back over there, still looking towards the house, holding the spear on his hand and kind of whimpering sadly a little bit. And some of you notice that Gadrick is just there, like, and not doing anything. And next up is you, Eric. What are you doing?
While the warriors chase the creature bravely, Eric will look towards the house with concern, but I think that the first thing he's gonna do is go up to Gadrick and try to calm him down.
Oh,
what do I roll for that?
I don't know. Let's find out together. Normally, there would
it's more of a. Are you okay? Get yourself together.
Yeah, normally there would be like a psychoanalysis skill in modern Call of Cthulhu, but this isn't that. So, what skill would you like to use, and what argument are you gonna use to convince me?
Okay, let me take a look. How about
give him some belly rubs and words of encouragement?
how about maybe? I mean, that's in read and write, but how about maybe religion? Telling him that the gods will protect us from that cursed thing?
Sure, make a religion check.
That's a success. My religion is 40.
Yeah. You walk up, you run up to him, and you shout at him and appeal to his religious side, and that God is with you all, and the creature is running away, and you are making some headway in this battle against the demons, and that he, as a warrior of God, should not falter and should take up arms and go against this creature, and you do your best speech, unless there is something else you would like to add.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Although, Eric will also tell him that, the creature is being handled, but we must also look after the sailor, and we must also look after the sailor. And I need help. He might be hurt, or he might be intent to hurt us.
You run up to Gadrick and you talk to him, and you shake Gadrick out of this, and he just looks at you, and he nods, and he looks back at the creature, and noticing as the creature seems to be trying to run away, Gadrick, on a last effort to save the village, he looks down at his hands and sees the spear. He turns back and starts taking some sort of a running start towards the creature with his spear in hand, and instead of trying to poke at it, he just lobs and throws his spear to see if he can strike at it by launching it on his last attempt.
Gadrick is a good boy. I love Gadrick now.
Well, Gadrick is still a little bit shaken, and the spear goes wide. It just flies off into the distance and vanishes in the dark night sky. And the creature just kind of keeps flying away. But then, as soon as Gadrick throws the spear, he curses and then runs back towards you, Eric. Towards the house, possibly, probably.
Yeah, Eric wants his help to go inside and tend to the guy, but that's probably, I don't know, maybe next turn.
Sure. After he throws the spear, you kind of just grab him by the arm and start to go towards the house. But just as you're doing that, you see the door is hanging half open, and there's a guy inside the house, kind of clutching the back of his neck with his paw. He seems to be bleeding some. And this seems to be the other sailor who lives in this house, but unlike the previous, he's not dead. He hasn't been killed. Apparently he was attacked, but the creature didn't drain all of his blood.
All the better. I rush towards him.
Sure. He's stumbling a little bit, and you rush towards him. And he looks at all of you and seems to just kind of recognize you as the healer, and he tries to speak, but he seems very weak. He almost kind of tumbles over and falls on the ground, but he very, very haphazardly keeps his balance as he approaches you. And
You quickly helps him stand.
okay. You hold him up, and he just looks up at you with kind of a look on his eyes. It's like, thank you. And he can't get much else out, and he is just panicking a little bit in his own right. As for the rest, the creature, instead of trying to attack you some more, is just gonna fly away into the night sky, and at some point it just kind of goes up and becomes impossible to reach through jumping, just through lobbing weapons. If there is something you guys would like to throw at the creature?
Stones. I pick up pebble and throw at the creature.
Who said that? Willow?
Me, but it's mostly just to chase it away, like you would chase away pigeons. Like just shoo, just throw stones on it.
Sure, make me just one throw, a throw check.
Okay. Okay, what is it? Firearms?
No, just
Sling?
throw. It's a skill of its own. At the end of your sheet.
Here. Okay. Yeah, shoo. No.
You pick some hefty stones from the ground and starts lobbing towards the creature, but all of them miss the target, because as further up high the creature gets, the harder it is to see the remainder of its shape, and all you see is the blood that he has that he drained from the sailor. And as it keeps flying away, you see that the creature starts to the blood within it starts to become invisible and until it completely vanishes. And as with the creature itself also vanishes, and then it's completely invisible in the night air. And you realize that this creature can become invisible if and when it wants. And the only moment when it's vulnerable is when it rains blood. That's the only time in which you can see it. But you did succeed in making the creature run away, and afterwards, the other sailor is still kind of weakly tumbled over there next to Eric. But he seems alive. His heart is still beating. He has vitals, and he looks very pale, but he still has blood within him.
Well, at least he's alive. Although hopefully it never comes back. Of course it will, though.
Yeah, I help Alhom get up, and I brush his clothes of dirt or whatever. You okay there?
This is hard for him. It's hard for me to describe how he feels because at one point he's also happy and laugh, but he's also very still shaken because he's thinking about his daughter and that thing's still out there and it scares him. So he's shaking, muttering things.
She should be fine. She doesn't have much blood. He would probably go for someone bigger.
So
I think he'll actually just stare with his mouth open.
Yeah, he seems to like sailor blood. Anyway, we should probably check up on the guy.
Not this sad. Even though she has sailor's blood.
That's true. I can hear your clock.
Oh, it's my fan. That's why I mute myself. Sorry.
So after that, all of you gather up. Gadrick finally he walks up to the other sailor, Wigbald, and Wigbald looks at him and nods like, I don't know what happened. And Gadrick just kind of clasps him by the shoulder with a meaty hand, saying, "Oh, it's all right, whatever. The devil that was. We're reuniting everyone. There's something very bad happening in town, and we need to organize something." And he looks at the three of you and says, "Oh, I'll see you at the Longhouse. I'll get the other sailors."
Yes, this thing seems to be going after them after all. We must that this was only his second victim.
Actually, yeah, that is very interesting. It only went for sailors.
Do we want to bind this one as well and gag him?
He gives a lot of glare to Wilhelm because the other guy is right there, I think, and shakes his head. Wigbolt here, yes, seems to be all right as far as I can tell. Please, sit down. I must take a look. Yes. He tries to be reassuring and guide the sailor back into his house to a chair or something to sit down.
I will get some rope just in case. I'll go grab some grub just in case.
You take the sailor back with Bold and you examine him, much like you did with the other sailor, with Sigrid, and he looks the same. The wound is the same, still the circular teeth mark on the back of his neck. Some blood drained. He looks a little bit anemic and weakly, but other than that, he's still alive. His heart is still beating, and when you ask him questions and such things, he seems to answer. He seems to still be he's not feral like the other guy was.
Very cool. Give him a lot of water to drink. Try to sound reassuring, and I dare say we got lucky this time. You folk were brave. That thing, I cannot even. Gatrick is right. We must gather in the longhouse. All the sailors. All the warriors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let us do that then. Let us go to the longhouse.
So you grab up Wigbold. Well, Gadrick has run off to gather the rest of the sailors and everyone. Well, you bring him. You bring Wigbold and Gadrick brings the rest of the sailors to the longhouse. And as soon as they're there, everyone's there. You all join in the longhouse. Thane Orwin he stands up, and just as he does, everyone shut up to listen to what he has to say. And he looks at the three of you and says, "So those are the healer, the sailor, and the alehouse master. You're the ones who have discovered the source of this sickness, this plague that is happening. What have you got to say?" What are we dealing with here? What sort of disease is this?
Eric will step up, but he will look at the other two.
Alhim will also step up and actually present, if he's allowed, his sword for the masses to see, because I'm pretty sure some of the black goop is still on it.
Yeah, a lot of it is still on the sword.
Okay. He'll present it, and if he may speak, we are not dealing with a plague. We're dealing with demons, monsters. You need not look far than my sword to see the ick that drips off it, black and vile, like hellspawn. And even one of our own has been harmed and injured, and another taken from us by this creature. No, it is not sickness that can be cured with herbs and good rest, but a monster. And he'll show the sword to everybody so that they can at least see the unhumane black goop on it. Or inhumane.
As soon as you do, everyone in the room, they gasp like, "Oh, what's that?" And a lot of people start muttering to one another, trying to conceive what that is. And you see that a lot of people seem very surprised, and a lot of people seem very wary of what's going on. And oh no, there's a clock ticking in the background. Brim.
I'm sorry, it's not a clock, it's my fan. I'll just go turn it off.
Sure.
Or mute.
Everyone's muttering and talking to one another, like whispering between whispers, trying to come to some conclusion of what this is. And the Thane, he looks at the sword, at the goop, and at your accusations, and he says, "Well, if there is indeed a monsters amongst our midst, who was it that brought forth this monster, this creature, this this devil?
If he can continue.
Yeah, all eyes on Alchem.
It attacked only sailors, Your Eminence. And by conclusion, it was either brought in by a sailor or what leads me to believe that it might be the Greek who passed by. Everyone on board the ship during our sails felt uneasy, as if we never touch home. We were each glad to make it home, and I feel like my brothers can confess to these strong emotions.
Several of
Which-
the sailors, they raise up their drinking horns and says "I" in unison when you say that.
Which leads me to our prime subject being the Greek man who came with us. But I do not believe my captain knew of any of this. He is an honorable man and would never do us harm. He has guided us through thick and thin. However, the livelihood of all the people in this town are at stake, and as well as those, and he pictures his daughter in the back of his mind, we love and care for. So I do believe that questioning this Greek man should be our number one priority.
Yes. As much as we should interrogate the Greek man, I also think that it wouldn't hurt to speak with the captain a bit more, because as honorable as he may be, no man is without secrets, and he may know something that may help us. Also, does anyone read here? Books, letters. Can
Just-
anyone read?
Just as you say that, the captain of the ship, Edward, he stands up and says, I did bring with me the Greek man from the Byzantine Empire, but I do not believe that he would do harm unto us. He is a man of the church, a holy envoy, and I find it hard to believe that he would cause any harm to anyone else that follows the word of the good Lord, like we do here in Handwick. As for someone who reads, there are some among my men, and he points off to the usual suspects, the people that you all have know that can read, that are literate. Cuthbert, Alfred, Leofric, and Vigbold, who's been attacked. And Sigrid is no longer there.
Okay, well, this is probably nothing, but I found this book, and it smells of the sea. I found it by one of your people, the one who was murdered by the monster. Well, I'll just put it here, and I'll pass it to whoever can read.
Sure. At this point, there's a lot of murmur, and you hear a lot of people saying like, "Oh, it's Sigurd that was attacked. Got by the monster. What happened to him?" And some people that are more in the know say like, "Oh, he's dead, but he came back." And they keep telling each other that what happened. And you see that the crew, all four left that can read, they look at the book, and there's a little bit of a. They seem hesitant to pick up the book and read it. until the captain Cuthbert, he says, oh, well, not the captain, the leader of this little group, Cuthbert, he comes up and says, well then, let me see what's with this book. And he picks up the book and opens it up, and he just starts saying, this is a book we picked up in Italy. It's in Latin. There is just some stories from their old heroes, from their own old gods, things they believed in, from the Romans that existed here long before us.
Well, at least this is not some kind of a devilish occultic book, is it? Never mind then.
I thought it's exactly that.
Come
Is
again?
it?
Isn't it somewhat like that? It's like a book detailing old gods and so, like tales and stuff.
It seems to talk about Roman mythology and heroes and things, or at least that's what Cuthbert says is in the book, as he picks it up and flips through some pages.
Yeah. I am so dumb that I would just dismiss it as nothing important, but yeah, Alhalm may have a point.
I'm mostly worried why the other four are worried about, like, got so angsty about it.
That is a good point.
Yeah, so ask, investigate.
Come again?
No, just tell him to Alhalm to investigate that.
Ah, okay.
None of us can read, right?
Yeah. If it's just stories, why are the other four so hesitant? Actually, Captain, if I may interject,
Yes, Ohan.
do
What is it?
we often come back with books? Are the four or were the 5, 6? Do they often carry books with them when we leave? I know we can garner a couple of souvenirs, but books, even to some of us here in town, are rare and, you know.
Well, Ohan, to be honest and tell the truth, we don't really. Whenever we travel, we don't very much care for books. We normally leave that to the monks at the monasteries. And I don't recall in any previous voyages we bringing back books. In fact, no, it was never in any of our cargo. If this is a book that if this is a book that indeed is owned by them, it's some personal effect that I never really bother to consider as trade goods. They might have brought it with them or back, I don't know. But it is indeed curious to see sailors with books. Not a whole lot of... Didn't notice any of you reading during the voyage.
Oh yeah, that's right. Why grab a book if you weren't going to read it on the voyage? By any chance, did we find anything else in Sigurd's possessions? He turns to look at Eric and Willow.
I think really hard. I cannot think of anything, but there is that pendant, like hanging, like wide in the open, like on my neck, like.
That
I
pendant,
do not remember.
that pendant that you have, Willow. Whenever you were examining Wigbald, Eric, you did find that he also has a similar pendant.
Oh,
I forgot to
Okay.
mention, but he does also have a pendant exactly like the one that Sigbold had.
around his neck?
Yes.
Eric will stare at Willow then for a while, then notice the pendant and make the connection, and then without even saying anything, and just grab the pendant to look at it.
Oh, yeah, I did find this as well.
This in secrets things.
Yeah.
He was not wearing it. Where was it?
It was in his bag. Among his things. No, in the bag.
He will, kind of not rudely, but just remove the pendant from your neck.
Oh, yeah, I'll just give it to you.
To look at it, and then he will look at Wigbold and point at him. You have one just like this. Then he will raise the pendant towards the sailors. Do all of you have this? Does this have any meaning?
As soon as you ask that, some of the sailors they look at one another and they say, no, we do not have anything like that. It's I don't know. They must have got that back in Italy.
So sailors buying pendants and
Books.
books.
You said it was stories about heroes and gods. Tell me then. Tell me. Why do children's stories need to be so elaborately tailored to books? Books are often meant to record crucial details. Why children's stories? I've never seen the elderly reading a children's story to the kids. They recite it from memory because they're tiny, they're easy to remember, easy to weave.
The leader of the sailors, Cuthbert, he just says, "Well, this story is not a children's story. It's actually the story of a whole people, a whole nation, a whole empire. There are tales of heroes, people who conquered many places, heroes that came here to Britannia, and tales from their own academics. I don't know, I find it interesting. Is that a problem?"
If I may, can I actually go up to the book and open it in front of them, for that matter? I want to just take the gamble, not so much to read it, but inspect the pages and see if the monster I saw appeared, if its shape appears in any of these pages.
Sure, you walk up to the book and you start to flip through it. I would say make a a read language check just to see what happens. Your read and write is probably 1.
Yeah, I'm just looking for funny shapes, not trying to read it, just to see if I can match a shape with what we saw. I still rolled really bad though.
I think you're holding it upside down, Alholm.
Oh yeah, true. Actually, you can make instead a spot hidden check. That's more appropriate.
Okay. I still failed it hardcore.
No, you can re-roll again.
Oh, okay. 66. So I think I just need to expend 1 luck. Let me just double check. Spot hidden. Oh, no. My spot hidden is terrible. I thought it was 65. No, I couldn't spot anything.
Okay. But it would seem to me that you don't quite believe what these guys are saying, right?
No, I have some strong doubts because I'm starting to connect. It's like it's only attacked sailors, but it's also only attacked them.
You can go ahead and make an insight check then, if you would rather.
Okay, do I re-roll again?
Yeah, roll an insight. That
Right.
seems a little bit more appropriate.
Oof, no. I'm really bad at this. All these skills are terrible.
Do remember, you can always push rolls if you want.
Okay, I don't want to push it because I don't want to give up my doubt. I'm scared for my daughter so much, and I'm the only one I'm not willing to. The only people I'm not like very trustworthy. I mean, I'm very trustworthy on are the captain because he's treated me well. Eric and Willow because they were alongside me when I fought. So I don't know what I would give up to push it. I don't absolve them of doubt.
Technically, you can always wager your status in the community. Which is
Oh, like my credibility?
Yeah, your credibility and how people in here like you. If you go accusing people randomly, you know, it's...
I won't push it. I will just go back and say that we should probably get, before pushing any forward and throwing any fingers, we should get the Greek in here and speak to him as well. This creature wants to divide us, to make us doubt one another. And until there is solid evidence, I think we should try and stay as united as we can.
I agree, especially since, quite honestly, I do not see any connection between the monster and the book and the amulets or anything. All of that seems to be completely independent of each other. We should just go find the creature, slay it. The rest doesn't seem as important, in my humble opinion.
Now, wait a moment. While I do not disagree that hunting the creature could be a possibility, this matter is not solved. Will not accept us. This pendant, he holds it up, does have a connection with the creature. The creature attacked Sigrid, which has it. And now, Wigbold here has it as well. Well, Wigbold, would you care to explain to us where you got this pendant? And why are you wearing?
Wigbold at this point is very weakened by his loss of blood. He just looks up at you and says, "It's part of the set we got in Italy in the voyage."
Eric will see that he's weak, so he will, approach the new next to him. He'll show some patience, a little less harshness, but still, glare at him. A set? A set of what? Pendants?
Yeah. Yes, a set of pendants. One for each.
It has not been unheard of items and things that possesses curses, things of the evil. Who else possesses a pendant such as this? He raises it up.
No one else in the room says anything. They just keep looking at you, Eric.
None of you? Only these two had it?
But it's a set.
No one else says anything. They just kind of keep looking at you. And the thing Orwin, he says, the healer has spoken. He is the head of this investigation. Those who aid him will have my favor once we rid this village, Hundwick, of this evil that has befallen us. Those who do not aid him in this investigation, those who stand against him in this, you will never set foot in this village again. You will lose all of your belongings, and you will be exiled if the crown doesn't decide to execute you for treason or worse.
As someone who observes people a lot, can I do an insight check on the crowd
Sure, go for it.
to see?
You start paying attention to everyone when the Thane says that.
This is the most epic success on my part.
Nice.
This is like 1/10 of my, well, not 1/9.
Sure. It's a extreme success. So mark a check on that skill, and as soon as the Thane is done saying that, everyone starts looking around one another to see if anyone's going to speak up, but nobody does. And you, Willow, you realize that those sailors that can read, Cuthbert, Alfred, and Leofric, they seem to kind of keep eyeing one another, and they seem nervous. And Nancy.
Okay.
Almost like if they're hiding something or they're not coming forward.
If I remember the names, then I would say Cuthbert, Alfred, Leofric. Is there anything you would like to tell us?
The three of them look towards you, then back at Eric and says, and before the other two even have a chance to speak up, Cuthbert, he just stands up and says, I already told you. There is nothing that we want to say more than we have already said. The book is just tales. The pendants are just those two that had it. Wigbold and Sigrid. And whatever else you're talking about, we know nothing of.
Okay.
I'm gonna maybe give a nudge to Eric and kind of under my breath say maybe we should have the guards look at their belongings, see if it's true that they don't have pendants, because as it stands, anyone with one will be attacked soon.
Well,
Eric.
They wouldn't lie though, right? I asked them straight on. It kind of feels like they're hiding something, but it's a grave thing to accuse someone of lying.
Well, lives are at stake. We've already lost one, and we don't know how many times how long before this creature will attack again, and yet another life is taken.
Are they not trustworthy people in your eyes?
Not if it puts my daughter at risk.
Oh.
This monster clearly came here with malice intention, and it may be by someone's doing.
Okay.
After all, Willow, Your lovely alehouse may quickly become desolate if this creature continues coming back to feast on others. Or worse, be filled with the undead.
Hmm. Well, you said yourself that we shouldn't divide it. Well, so I'm asking you, during your travels, did you grow trust towards those people?
I do trust them. As my fellow sailors, we all sail together.
Hmm.
But
Well,
that trust can quickly be lost if they actually bring harm upon us.
hmm.
I'm not trying to hurt them, but if they're hiding amulets, they're putting themselves in danger. And not only are they putting themselves in danger, they're putting others in danger. If they're too scared to reveal the amulets, it's important that we actually push forward towards finding them. They said it was a set, and I've never seen a set that only comes with two. Two are a pair.
Hmm.
I understand that they might be scared, but we have to push through the fear and reveal the truths. Otherwise, more people will die.
I see. Okay. In that case, is Gaedrick with us?
Yes, Gaedrick is with you guys.
Okay. Gaedrick,
Yes.
my apologies, but we are going to search for your belongings. Gaedrick, could you assist with your people?
Gaedrick, he looks at you, then looks at Eric to see if he also agrees with this.
Eric nods. Alhem is right. I cannot fathom a reason why anyone might be lying, but what I know is that none of you have seen what we have seen, what has become of Sigrid, and what would have become of Wilbot. I can only assume that perhaps if there is something being hidden, they don't understand the depth of the curse of these items, and we must get rid of all of them. Yes,
And
we must search.
Gaedrick, he nods and he says, "Alright then." And he starts calling some other guards. "Hey Wolf, Hedgenbald, help me out here." And the three of them go up to those other girls of the city to hold them up for inspection. And as one of the guards kind of pat down and look through the belongings of Cuthbert, he sees that Cuthbert is wearing no amulet whatsoever. And then he pats down Alfred, and Alfred is also not wearing any sort of amulet. But when he goes to pet Leofric, he just kind of says, "Okay, no, okay, I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. Just don't kill me. Don't exile me and my family. They've done nothing. I'll come clean."
I think the moment like Leofric just opens even just up a little, I'd be the first one to just step up and not angrily or anything. I'd be there to actually console him, you know? I say, Leofric, we're brothers of the sea, you and I. We would never dream to exile you. We make our mistakes, but we can't hide our things. We love our families. We must think of them before others and protect each other. If there is anything you know, my brother, please tell it to us.
And he nods to you and he looks at everyone else. And you can see that at this point Cuthbert and Alfred are fuming and Vigbald is just kind of still sickly and dizzy, not really paying much attention to what's happening around him. And Leofric just says, "We found a book. That book in Rome. We got it, and we started to read it, and we learned things, powerful things, things that can reshape life as it is and affect the world. And a wolf came to us. Once we found the book, we thought it was just stories to begin with, but he told us those stories were real, and told us that we could have that power, and that he would teach us how to get that power. The stories they tell are true. The wolf in black, he exists. We saw him. He taught us much, and we then taught it one another. The secrets of this book. It was only... We meant no harm. We didn't want anyone to die or bad things to happen to them. We just wanted to... We just wanted things. Nice things. Power. Fame. Glory. Like everyone wants. We just wanted that. And we... Those books, it taught us weird things. It taught us how to call forth creatures. Devils. How to summon them and command them to do our bidding. We never intended for those creatures to kill anyone. I'm sorry. And then Leofric sits down and lowers his head, and Cuthbert is just shaking his head and at Leofric.
I think I'll try to lean, like, lean down on one knee, so I can look him in the eye, pat him on the leg, and say, "It's okay, brother. The devil is strong. God made him stronger than the man. His temptations and offers, we've all heard in our ears, but we must remember that the light of God will lead us to a better place. We must not let things like desires and power manipulate us. That's how he gets us. You, unfortunately, faced him, but it's not too late to seek refuge in God's light. By confessing, you've already done us a great favor, and him an even greater favor by coming back to his light. Now that we know, we can properly look to settle this. No man is without his sin." I'm just trying there. This is for Leofric. I'm just trying to calm him down, tell him that it's a good thing. He's helping us. He's helping himself. That religious morality thing. But clearly, as the man confessed, the book can teach you to summon these things. I would personally say it needs to be burned, but I also believe that perhaps we should seek the advisory of perhaps the monastery or the church, the priests, on what to do with the book and its pendants. Clearly, they are the source of what summoned this creature and what has cursed Siegfried to his doom. As for Cutbrick and Alfred, he's saddened. I am not the one to pass judgment. I leave it to the others.
And Thane Orwin, he says, "Well then, Leofric, girl of my court, dog among other dogs, one of us. Tell me, you found this book and said that the Wolf in Black taught you spells and magic and gave you the cider. But you said we. Who is this we you speak of? Is this your companions, the other sailors?" And Leofric just nods. He keeps his head low and his ears low as well, and he nods and says, "Yeah, Alfred and Cuthbert and Wigbold and Sigrid and I, the five of us, we were learning from the book, and Sigrid was young. I don't know that he understood what he was getting into yet. Too young. That yes, my lord. Those five of us, that were it. We had this pendant. That was how we found one another. How we knew to our cult. All five of us have, bless you. All five of us have those pendants. I don't know why Cuthbert and Alfred don't have theirs on their purses, but all five of us had those pendants, my lord." At which point Orwin says, "Well, so you do confess that the five of you brought to our home, to Hundwick, some foul relic that summoned devils and endangered our people?" And Leofric just nods. "Yes, my lord. And you also."
Did you pull out more than one demon out of the hole?
Leofric just shakes his head negatively, like, "No, we did some experiments here and there, but we never actually got to summon a creature. It seemed dangerous and complicated, and we decided we would try to do it when we return home. But together, not alone."
What do you know about this creature? It looks like a big spiky bladder filled with blood. It has a big, like intestine-like tube there with teeth. It's this big. What do you know about that creature?
The book and the man in black, they call it the leech. That's all we know about the creature. It doesn't says much other of what they are. It just says that if you call upon them and give them commands, they'll follow it, and that it's stealthy and invisible and powerful. That's all we know. That's all I know.
Do you think we would be able to command it by showing And the amulet?
The amulets, they're just a symbol of this group. They have no power on their own. They're just how just a pact that we made, the five of us, to share this knowledge among us. It's just a pendant. It has no power. The power is within the book and within ourselves. You could try and control the creature by reading one of the chants in the book, or at least we think you could, but
Clearly turned against he who summoned it.
but commanding a creature was always seemed complicated, and there's steps to it. We never tried or anything. We said we would try it together when we got back home, but together. We never did this
What
before.
did you plan to do if you succeed, though? What did you plan to do if you succeed, though?
Attack the Northmen. Their encampments everywhere. Reclaim this land as ours. As it has always been.
Yeah. I guess that is noble in its own right. I do not judge you.
At which point the Thane Orwin says, "Well then, Leofric, thank you for cooperating and telling us the truth. You shall be spared, but the others..." Find the day.
It is not nice to lie.
Come again?
No. Go ahead.
As for the others, you have cohorted with fell entities, with the devil itself, from what we know. You endangered everyone, this village, our people, and their own lives. You do not play with witchcraft for free. There's always a price, and you were willing to pay this price. You knew the risks, and yet you did it anyways. For that, we will exile you from these lands. The church will excommunicate you. You shall never be welcome in any other village again. Try your luck at the wilds or with the Northmen you hate so much. We do not try to conquer and kill the Northmen. As much as they are invaders upon this land, we try and solve things with them peacefully, through cooperation, through deals, to make sure that both our people can exist together in peace. Many of our dogs here descend from Northmen. Some of our wolves are Northmen themselves. Eric, our healer, is a Northman himself. And those people are part of our community. Cuthbert, Alfred, Vigbold, you are no longer a part of our community. Take them away. And he gives the order to the guards, and all three of them take up the other tree and start taking them away. And as they start dragging Cuthbert, Alfred, and Vigbold away, Cuthbert, he kind of just tries to yank himself free and just keeps shouting, "Leofric, you fool! The wolf in black was gonna give us power, gonna give us everything. Now we have nothing. Nothing, you fool! You fool!" And eventually they are taken out of the longhouse. After which point, Thane Orwin says, "The creature is still a fowl. We shall hunt it, take it out, and make sure that it doesn't hunt or kills anyone else in our home. You said this creature is invisible. How can we find it? How can we locate it?" And Leofric just shakes and shrugs. He doesn't know how to deal with the creature if it goes haywire. And then the thing Orin looks at the three of you expecting some sort of answer or solution.
Well, it was bleeding. We can try to sniff it out.
Other than that, the only other way would be to wait for it to come out of hiding.
They are both correct. We do not know all of the story yet. I have one more question for Leofric. This book, there is only one of it? Yes?
Yes, that's the only book we have. We heard in Rome many books made their way there and into other places and other monasteries throughout Borkland and the continent itself. That is the only book here that we have, but there are many more others out there in the world that we, as much as we've been told.
Very well. We see Sigrid had this book. We could perhaps try to assume that Sigrid was foolish enough to try and summon this creature on his own once he got home. But we cannot be sure. The creature, if it had turned on Sigrid, wouldn't it have stopped at killing him? It went after the other. It could still very well go after the other three, or Leofric himself.
Then it might be way best to hold off on exiling them until we have killed this creature. At best, it will try to sneak into the cells and try to finish its lunch.
Sniffing it out is a great idea. We have the scent here in Alhem's sword. And I have seen how Willow bravely wounded it himself, as well as the other.
Yeah.
He was
Yeah,
everything creeps blood as it flies. Could be possible to track it.
It looked like it was still dripping. Like maybe it left a trail.
And Leofric, he pipes up. The wolf in black said that the creature that we could summon, it can follow any command, and it is smart enough to understand our language and follow through with our commands. He said that those creatures could even be smarter than ourselves. I'm afraid that it's not like any other animal. It has an intelligence. And
I see.
I would advise you all to be careful if you go hunting for it.
I have a good idea. Leofric,
Yes?
could you summon another one of those creatures to aid us?
No.
You said that it would listen to you, right? What could go wrong?
No, absolutely not. That's witchcraft. The devil's power. It offers no solution, only more problems.
He's right. We will not use
Okay.
evil to fight this evil.
Okay. Let us just go and be careful, I guess.
And then Orwin, he says, and regarding the book, you said, Eric, that it should make its way into the monastery. But you, Willow, said that it should be burned.
Actually,
What fate
Right.
should this book have?
Well, we probably. Either way, we should not use it ourselves, right? Using it was exactly what brought this tragedy to the town. So it should either be contained or destroyed.
I say we should wait for a priest to come and give us advice to his ownership. Personally, I think the best thing is just to burn it. It's dark magic, and dark magic only brings suffering. But if the priests believe that it can be used for something else, or that it would be best stowed away, we don't know the consequences that come for burning the devil's paper. For all we know, we could burn it and summon thousands more of those things.
No, I stand with Willow. This knowledge, it is powerful, but it is not something that we are meant to dabble with. I say that we should perform the proper cleansing rituals and burn it.
Okay. Who keeps it in the meantime?
We will burn it here at the Longhouse tomorrow. We will call the priest and perform whatever exorcisms needs to be done and burn it then.
Well,
As-
could any of us borrow it as we track the beast? In case we can force it to submission just for the night, and tomorrow it gets burned.
This book is dangerous. It will remain here under our watch until this beast is tracked, destroyed, and a preach is here to cleanse it. I thank you, the three of you, for helping everyone through this ordeal. It is still the middle of the night, but we still have a job for you. Those of you who can hunt will join the hunt. Eric, I wouldn't feel comfortable sending you off into a hunt on your own, knowing that you're not a fighter yourself. I would ask that you remain here in this hall and watch over the book, and if possible, perform your own cleansing rituals along with those that the priest will be performing. That's so we can rid ourselves of this nightmare once and for all.
Eric nods in agreement. It is best.
And
If
then,
any become injured in the hunt, I will be here and ready.
that is good to know. Well, Girls, Hurtwell, this is not a normal creature we hunt, but this creature is one that is threatening our life. It's threatening this community, this village. We shall end its life and spill its accursed blood, that so this land might breathe again. Onwards! And he calls forth some of his own personal guard, his housecarls, and a lot of them stand up. You see, nearly a dozen housecarls, warriors, taking up arms and getting their gear and getting ready to go out to hunt for this creature. And they also invite you, Willow and Alham, to aid them in hunting for the creature.
Mm-hmm.
We'll join, of course.
Yeah, I think I'm as ready as I could be.
Alright. And in the meanwhile, you, Eric, stay behind, talking a little bit more with Leofric and getting him to explain you some other things about the book and this wolf in black that offered them things. And then everyone, this small little army of warriors, they open the doors of the Longhao and they leave off into the dark of night to hunt that which can't be seen, but with numbers and with knowledge. And go on.
Just a quick question. By any chance, did this wolf have red eyes and an eye patch?
Yeah.
And was he super cool and edgy?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I had to make that joke.
Sure.
I'm not sure.
Sure, as Leofric tells it, it was a dark wolf with dark robes and red eyes, and an eye patch, and a wicked grin as well.
Mm,
I always knew he was up to no good.
yeah.
Nice.
And
Okay. All jokes aside.
and off goes the hunters to hunt, and as morning comes, approaching the long, as soon as the sun rises, you all return to the longhouse. Some warriors a little bit injured, tired from a night of restlessness. But you do carry behind you the corpse of a very large creature, nearly as large as a horse, which you all now know to be this leech the book referred to, this loathsome tentacle monster. You all hail it back home, having slayed it, vanquished this foe, and you also see on the inside of the church, oh, not the church, sorry, of the longhouse, the local priest has come to perform some cleansing rituals along with Eric, mixing both pagan knowledge and more contemporary religious knowledge to perform all manner of rites they can think of to cleanse this book before you all toss it into a fire and watch as it just crackles and burns away forever. And in the meanwhile, you all just stand there watching as the last remains of both this creature and the book just burns away into the pyre, and you all finally breathe a sigh of relief knowing that the nightmare is over. And all three of you, after everything, some very loud cheers from the house carls, from the Thane, from many other carls of the town. Everyone just cheers as you all exit the longhouse, finally seeing the sun for the first time in what feels like ages. and every one of you go to your own places. Eric, you return home to your brother, who waited all night for something bad to happen, but nothing ever did. Wilhelm, you return to your daughter at the ale house, and she's been safe. She's been with the community, and she's missing you and been worried about you, and now you can finally enjoy your time together. And Willow, you return to your ale house, returning the great axe you had to the tree trunk in the middle of some thoroughfare, thinking to yourself that
Oh yeah.
even though you wanted to find adventure, you never could leave your house to find adventure. In the end, you didn't need to, because adventure found you instead. And all of you put this chapter behind you, and you don't think about it ever again until 2 weeks later, when a small convoy comes from the monastery. Some monks coming into town to bring to trade for some things and talk to people and see what's what. And among with all these monks, you see a figure, a familiar figure to Wilhelm, the Greek dog that came from overseas.
Perfect. I was actually going to apologize to him.
He comes into town, and after a lot of talking, he does go ahead and reunites all three of you, Wilhelm, Eric, and Willow, the heroes of Hundwick, who fought the nightmare on their own. After collecting all three of you, he brings you aside outside of the alehouse of Willow's alehouse, and he looks at the three of you. Hello, my name is Theseus. I'm a traveler from the Byzantine Empire. I boarded your ship in Italy and made my way here. I'm aboard a cursed ship, it would seem. I hear that you have saved this village from a horrible, horrible terror.
Yes. First of all, your English is really good. Very good English. For an Italian man, dog.
I'm not Italian, but thank you. And
My apologies.
it is alright. You are forgiven. Regardless, many people in this world come across the nightmares, but they don't live to tell the tale, or even manage to solve or figure anything out about it. The three of you have done so with little to no knowledge, and did a great job. I come from the Byzantine Empire. The Holy Church sent me as an envoy to meet your monastery, your land, your customs, your culture, but to collect knowledge but also spread knowledge. But aside from that, there is also another smaller church within the Holy Church. We work with nightmares, or rather, against the nightmares. We are a small group who try to protect people from those who would release the nightmares upon this realm and this world, like Sigurd did. I would like to know if the three of you would agree to join our efforts as swords in the darkness, fighting against the unknown, and help protect those around you and the world as a whole.
My tail wags. works fast, but denied the flight. Like, I would love to, but I have responsibilities here. When do you need your answer?
Well, the nightmares don't wait sometimes. I'll stay around for until I need to go. I don't know when that will be, but whenever word gets to me, I'll just move on to the next place.
Yeah, I look at the other two. Like, what do they think?
If I can first begin, I'd like to apologize. When this fiasco started, I was quick to pass blame to the one person I didn't know. It wasn't until. Then he turns to Eric. Until someone enlightened me of darker truths that I start to see that I was wrong. So, for accusations thrown without knowledge and just assumption, I would like to apologize. You know, he bows kind of respectively, since he did blame the fellow floppy ear boy. Assume it was him who brought the monster, when in reality it was actually him trying to find and defeat the monster. So
Were the five, villains floppy or pointy-eared? DM?
Good question.
Come again? What did you say?
The five, Cuthbert, Wigbert, Alfred, Leofric, and Siegfried, were they all pointy ears or floppy ears?
All 5 of them were floppy ears.
I see. That's disappointing.
they should be above things.
Yeah.
As for your proposal, I am conflicted. In the worst of it, I heard and I was thinking of only one thing: my daughter. She is the last thing I have, and the most precious thing. I love her greatly. And even though my hands shook and my tail was firmly between my tail, he laughs. I rose my sword because I could not imagine that thing latched onto her, pale and white, wilted like a flower, like her mother. Truthfully, if there are more creatures like that in this world, I would like to be one of those swords in the dark that protects her, so that she may never have to see it. But to leave her here alone, I don't think I can. But I know if I told her, she would let me leave alone. She would demand to go with me, as she has each time I've sailed away. And even now, I know that if I sailed out to sea, I will... No. If I sail out to sea, she will not stay here. I know she will force herself to come with me, no matter what. After all, she's got, and he chuckles, a sailor's blood in her.
Well,
But if I had to think about it, if I choose to leave one day, person tempted by the devil may come to this town when I'm not here, and she may very well be the one who perishes. And at least, if she knows that I am leaving to be a part of this group, she might just follow me down the line. So, I would rather us face it together if she agrees, than apart where I won't be there for her. So, if I may speak with her, I will say yes.
And what about you, Wolf? I take it your name is Eric, right?
Yes. I am afraid that I stand with Willow. While I would welcome knowledge deal with such dark things, ways to stop it. My duty is here with these people, with my brother, carrying on my father's legacy. I trust that we will keep those things away from here. Continue living our lives as we were before. If the gods bless us, they will not hear anymore.
Well,
then again, if that was a possibility for us to leave, to see more of the world, don't you think it would also do a lot of good for you to grow in wisdom and also aid people and dogs across the wider world, where help may not always come as easily as it does to people of this town? Personally, I'll be honest with you, I really would like to go for an adventure. But yes, the top priority is what we owe people here in this town. However, if we were able to leave the affairs here in this town in a way that they would be fine without us, then personally, I would love to go and see the world. It's just...
I believe that it is indeed very hard to abandon your customs and your own family, your community. This whole place is like a family to all of you. It is very different back home, where I come from. People are more independent and travel around a lot more, but I understand your point. I knew many people like yourselves. I would propose something different instead. Instead of having the three of you come with me to Rome, and then maybe into the Athens in the Byzantine Empire, there is another thing you could do. The Church of Suppression has no bureau in here, in Borkland. We have no great foothold in here. If the darkness comes to these lands, you might very well be on your own. It would be wise to set up shop in here. Make this place another home away from home. For us, swords in the dark. I would believe that the three of you would make great founding members to the Saxon branch of the Church of Suppression.
Would you teach us what we would need to fight against the evil that we do not know yet?
Of course.
Would you...
Only, however, if you do promise me to never use this evil and those powers. Those are dark things by dark creatures and dark beings seeking to destroy all dog kind, all canines, or worse. Those creatures, those powers, all of that is the power of darkness. And I am willing to teach you how to fight against it, if you promise never to lean into it and use it for selfish reasons or for the detriment of others.
I promise. Does it mean that you can read and write?
Well, yes, I can.
Do you know how to teach someone how to write and read?
Yes, it is complicated, especially in a different language, but I could, yes, teach you how to read and write and work for the Church of Suppression.
What do you think, guys?
He's just pretty much gonna say he's fine going. Just if he goes, his daughter is of age, and honestly, taking her to Rome seems more befitting. You know, express that she's never been one for the town. She's fought to leave it since day one, since she was 10.
Even if Alheim chooses to go, I can say with certainty that those who fight against these evils will always have a place here with us. And I, and perhaps Wilhelm, would definitely be willing to partake in such knowledge for the sake of all this community.
Well then, I am very pleased to hear that the people of Hundwick have just gained themselves 3 capable protectors. Now come. The day is long, and if you are to read, to know and learn how to face off against the darkness, I must teach you all that I have to teach. And with that, Theseus, the Greek traveler, leads all 3 of you back into the alehouse, into Willow's alehouse, where the 3 of you start to talk and discuss more about what it is, what life is going to be like, becoming the protectors against the darkness in Hundwick, and what the future holds for you if this is to become your new life. And that, everyone, is the end of the story.
Nice.
Yes, I actually really liked it. It was really fun.
Clap, 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 clap.
Also, mate, you did a borkin amazing job, especially without Foundry.
Yeah.
All right, I didn't miss it at all.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It was nice to just imagine everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
See, the theater of the mind is fun.
mhm.
Oh boy. 5 hours. 5 long hours
It was
of session.
5 hours?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
And we finished it like relatively unharmed.
Yeah.
But we rolled.
Just that one nasty bite.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like, what happens when you go like to 0 sanity? Because I was worried for Alhalm.
when you drop to 0 sanity, your character becomes lost. That character is considered dead.
You're insane forever.
Yeah, you are
Forever?
forever.
Yeah.
You never recover from insanity.
Oh god.
You become one of those people in a chair just laughing maniacally for the rest of your life.
Or you
Pretty
become
much.
or you become a cultist when you realize that there's no point to this world anymore. Might as well join the alien gods. But don't log off from the roller thing, because as it happens at the end, for the three of you, Alhelm, Willow, and Eric, for saving the village from the creature and, you know, figuring out what the hell was going on, all of you gain 5 sanity points.
Yay!
Oh, nice.
Can it go above my willpower?
Yes, it can. It can go all the way up to
Awesome.
all the way up to 99. And
Nice.
also, for figuring out that there were traitors and not letting them get away, you also gain another 4 sanity points.
Oh, my dog.
Oh my god! I now have 32 sanity. Oh my god.
And this is me being super cool and all, but because you destroyed the book after realizing what it actually was, you gain 6 sanity points back.
I'm on 69.
Nice.
38. Oh my god.
So yeah, whenever you finish a scenario with good outcomes, you regain sanity points, which is, you know, an incentive for you to do the right thing. However, if you had killed Theseus, you would have lost sanity.
Killed the what?
Theseus, the Greek guy that hired you, pretty much.
He was actually potentially like capable of being killed?
Sure. I mean,
I guess.
if you didn't find the
Well,
traitor,
Everyone was.
if you didn't find the traitors and accuse him, he would have been executed as the foreigner, and boom, that would have happened.
No! He's actually a really adorable boy!
Well, you never
I
know.
posted his picture, I was like, if you made this the villain, you're a horrible man.
Nah.
He's
I mean,
adorable.
those were
Yeah.
probably cute, floppy-eared as well.
He was floppy. Darn it, he's floppy-eared as well.
Well, yeah.
Are all floppy-eared boys secretly evil boys?
Possibly. This is the default portrait I had for the sailors. We never got to use it, but if we need it, these were them.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I hope you guys enjoyed Call of Cthulhu.
Oh, yeah. I did a lot.
I really loved it. It was so much fun. Boy, like the moment that thing showed up, my blood. I don't know. I actually got really into my character's mindset. It's like, do it for her. Do it for her. It doesn't matter if you die. Do it for her.
It's a good thing.
No.
So what did you think, Slef? I remember you telling me that you're not a you prefer things like D&D with lots of combat and such, but what did you think of solving mysteries and such?
I do. I mean, I love mystery. I usually dislike horror, but this was like a very, like, he was thrilling, but he wasn't like, you know, just downright horror. I had played Call of Cthulhu before, and it was good, and this was also great.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy.
I also have to give it Sleth. I felt they would have gotten away if it wasn't for Sleth standing up. I loved how he took control of the initiative, and he actually like pinpointed exactly how to, you know, out them. And I was like, oh, Sleth, you're so amazing. I love you.
Aww.
Yeah, I was worried that the traitors would get away.
Yeah, like.
I didn't.
I had that insight check, but I also wanted to play a dumb character, like someone really stupid as well.
Yeah, that works.
So,
That totally worked. I mean,
so yeah,
Yeah.
So it's good that you saved like the situation, because I would just go like, oh, why would anyone lie? Just let them go.
so before we also end off. There's two things that we need to go through. One is the I don't know if you guys would like to play Call of Cthulhu again in the future with the same characters following up on this story. But if we ever do, we will need to roll for improvement checks on all those skills you guys got checks on. And also, you all get to recover 1d10 luck points.
Okay.
I would probably need that. I burned a lot.
I'll do the luck first.
Same. Can your luck also get over your max?
Ooh,
no.
a 10.
The maximum luck you can have is 100.
Oh, okay. That's also
So I have been having amazing rolls since the beginning of creation and everything.
I got 3.
Oh, there you go.
Well, now I don't have 41.
I mean, we were lucky. The monster was really scary, but like Doug rolled really poorly and we rolled really well. Like whole game.
Oh yeah, that is true. I mean, that monster, it could do some nasty stuff sometimes. It would have been fun. If it actually got a chance to do the things. And I mean, like, you guys, if you summoned another...
I'm like, what do you think? No! No! Why did we summon another?
Yeah. Just summon another monster. That will solve the problems.
It reminds me of this one. I wonder if I can actually get it. Let's see.
Okay, so for improvement checks, you have to go above your current like skill number.
Equal or above.
Okay, so animal handling is a success. Axe fighting, probably not. Nope. Okay, this is not. Spot hidden 68 versus. No. I have a lot of those skills like really high from the get-go.
Really? Oh wow.
Insight. So yeah, so only animal handling will be improved for me. What do I roll for that?
1d10. You improve that skill by 1d10.
Okay.
You get improvement on all the skills you succeeded?
Yes, all those skills that you succeeded at during the game, you check them, and at the end you roll a d100. If you roll above them, equal to or above, you get to improve them, so they increase.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, this is the exact scene I was thinking of with. Let's just summon another one.
Just a second.
On the what were your skills, Slef?
I succeeded only in first aid and religion. So I'm looking at it now.
Oh yeah, you didn't get to roll a lot during this game.
No. The dodge I failed.
Wow.
Okay. The medicine I failed too.
Oh, you poor thing. Did you fail medicine? I think you did succeed a medicine check at some point.
No, I failed the medicine to inspect the body, but I did succeed in natural world.
That you did, yeah.
Yeah, so I have 3.
So...
first aid.
But yeah.
First aid.
If you failed, or rather, if you rolled equal to or above any of your skills, you can improve them by 1d10.
Yeah, put my animal handling to 24, please.
Alright, animal handling, 24.
And what do we do with reading and writing?
Well, if we play the game again in the future, then we will get to that when we get to that.
Okay.
Because I still need to decide on some other things as well. So, Willow, your animal handling has gone up to, you said it was?
24. It was 15, and I'm increasing it by 9.
Alright.
Are you updating these stats in Foundry so we have them nice and pretty?
Yeah, I'm updating them all in Foundry. So, since we're
Okay.
here, might as well tell me, what's your current, your sanity and luck?
Okay, for me,
Yeah.
luck is 56,
Mm-hmm.
and
Sanity is 69, right?
the yeah, sanity 69.
Gotcha. Wow, you got a lot of sanity back.
Yeah, like,
So,
especially since the higher it goes, the harder it's to put it down.
yeah.
So
What about for you, Slev? Did you increase any skills?
Yeah, religion went up by 4 to 44.
Mm-hmm. Religion went up
And
by 4.
yeah,
That's it?
that's all for skills. Should I give you my luck and sanity?
Yes.
My luck is now 31,
31,
Nice.
cool.
and my sanity is now 80.
80, alright, cool.
oh wow,
Went up.
nice.
Before we go on, what's loathsome flying monster? How much sanity had you lost to that creature?
I lost 4 to the creature.
Okay, 4 total. What about you, Ross?
Just 1 point of sanity.
Wow, look at you. What about
Yeah, because I face planted and didn't see anything that one time.
There you go. What about you, Brim? Did you roll for your
Hello.
skills?
I haven't yet. I think that was the moment my father was calling me, so I had to step away.
Oh, okay. What is your
How
current
do I do
luck? By the way,
My current luck is 41.
41. Ooh, you lost luck. Sanity is
38.
38. Okay. How much sanity you lost to the creature?
6.
6 total. Okay. And are you gonna roll your skill improvement things now?
Yeah, is it like 1 per every check mark?
Yeah. No, 1 per skill.
Okay. And it has to be one of the ones that has a check mark?
Yeah, it has to be the skills that you use during the game.
Okay.
Used and succeeded at.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna do it for sword. So let's see. Roll a 1d100, I'm assuming?
Mm-hmm. 1d100, and you want to roll equal to or above your skill.
By. Equal to or above. No, I got way above. I mean, way under.
Okay, so you don't improve that skill.
Sad face.
What about the other skills?
Oh, spot hidden?
Mm-hmm.
That was only the one used. Okay. Striking. 41. It's above.
It's above, then roll a d10.
Yay.
You get to increase that skill by that much. Oh, look at you.
It's 2 because I have 2 eyes.
Yeah.
It's 17 now.
You learned a thing.
I realized I had 2 eyes.
Good. So I'm gonna send the updated character sheets over to you guys here on Discord. Do me a check and see if everything's alright.
Okay.
Do you have more skills to roll for, Brim?
There was just those two.
Okay. Yeah. Lots of times during the game, you probably do want to be rolling skills as much as you can, to have the chance of improving them eventually. So even if you're not trained at something or not good at something, don't shy away from trying to cooperate. You never
That is
know
true.
when you're gonna succeed at something randomly.
Oh, actually, there was one more. Just because I realized I dodged a lot without luck.
Oh, really?
Is that one? Is that one of the ones?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I hope you did write it down. I wasn't keeping track of it.
I just put here dodge 1, and I think I stopped check marking it.
Sure. So roll for dodge. Didn't you succeed at dodge as well, Ross?
One time, let's see. Yeah, I did, but I thought that because it was as a part of the fighting mechanic that.
No, that's a skill. You can improve it as well.
Okay. Okay. Just a second then.
That's the only tricky thing of Call of Cthulhu is this weird skill system. Oh nope, you're not improving it.
Okay. No. Nope.
But still, I hope you guys had a whole lot of fun with Call of Cthulhu, because I know for sure that I had. And as a reward for you, I will answer one question about the scenario that you want to know.
Huh. Okay.
One question.
One question.
Yeah.
Well, I have one question. Was there any sinister reason why that creature was sucking up blood, or was it just something that it does?
Yeah, that's the ability of the creature is to suck up blood. In fact, the creature, when it sucks blood, it actually, if it gets to latch to you, it sucks 3d10 points of strength from your character until you drop down to 0, and then you die.
Oh my god.
Forever?
Forever. No, I mean, if you get to 0 and you die, then yeah, it's forever. If you manage to stop it, and then those dropped points they recover over the course of a week.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so it was simply following its nature. It's not like it was collecting its blood for his master.
No.
Or anything.
No, it was just
okay.
It's just that it feeds on blood.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool to know.
But was there actually a coincidence? Why it went for the sailors?
Why it went for the sailors, is that your question, Brim?
I don't want it to be salty, no.
The reason why it went for the sailors is because, like I said, the creature is smart, it is intelligent, and it knew that the only people that knew how to bind it were the sailors that knew of the book.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Damn it, does that count as my question?
Sure.
No, I wanted to ask a different one, but oh well.
That was actually my question.
Oh, okay. So yeah, what one last question do you have then?
Do you want it stuff or should I?
No, you can have it. I really wanted to know if he had like summoned it upon himself, or if one of them had summoned it upon the others, or anything like that.
Yeah. So my other question was: so does the captain actually know about the Church of Suppression, and he was actually a part of bringing in that guy?
No.
Or did he just unknowingly do it all?
No, the captain knew nothing of any of those things that were happening. The guy, Theseus, is just an envoy from the church, and being an envoy from the church, he gets free passage on certain ships because he's on a pilgrimage and such. But the captain knew nothing of it.
So he was actually innocent.
Yeah, he was totally innocent on the whole thing.
Oh, wow! To think we could have like hurt him for just being innocent is maddening.
Uh, Can I ask a very bonus question? Because there was something that I wanted to do during the night, but I didn't get a chance to. And it's
Go on.
like I wanted to take a piece of that meat, fry it, and eat it. Like, would I die?
From the creature?
Yes.
Well, the book does not covers that, so I don't know the answer.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll find out yet.
Wow!
Yeah, maybe next time you guys find another eldritch creature and kill it, maybe we'll find out then. Who knows?
Yeah, and then we find out that they actually make really delicious treats, and we start up our own little business where we sell eldritch horrors.
Actually, is there a cooking skill, or is that like survival or something?
Art, craft, and then cook. Because art craft has many specializations, one which is cooking, I believe.
Okay, yeah, I have brewing, so that doesn't cover that. Probably.
Yeah.
But still.
Cool, I didn't have to use all of my notes, I had some other clues I could have thrown at you. In case, instead of, doing the things you did, you decided to go to the monastery first and seek out the Greek guy before you did anything else, and there were other ways the scenario could have gone.
That might include us
Come again?
accusing him.
I mean, if you were to accuse him in the monastery, like without guards or anything, you probably wouldn't have been able to take him down or anything, and he definitely would have denied being part of it, and maybe he would have tried to convince you all that he actually knows what's going on and offer you tools and assistance with dealing with it. But we didn't go that road, so I don't have to concern myself with those notes anymore.
I personally think we actually still went about it a pretty good way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it worked out in the end with minimal casualties.
Yeah, I'm just happy that no innocent people were hurt at all.
And technically, Sigrid, even though he died, he's still like reanimated. So.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! What the heck happened with him? Like, just going to hang out around the town now?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know? Maybe next time we'll find out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just like I completely forgot we just tied him up and left him there. I was so against killing him just out of fear that like the guard would come in and we would have killed Siegfried and like my sword would be stuck in him and the guard would be like, "You're a monster, you killed him, he was innocent," and I'm like, "No, actually just trying to defend myself."
That's the beauty of Call of Cthulhu, You're not as gung ho with doing things as you are in other games. Also, from what I gather, you don't get to play very often, Brim. I hope you enjoyed being a player for once.
I did. I really did. That's why I was like, I went. Like, it was a little awkward at first because it's been a while since like we've all just. I've been a player in a sense, and like I didn't really know how my character was supposed to sound or act. I just had his like template. I'm like, so it was a bit awkward. But once like the ball started rolling, it turned into an avalanche.
That's good.
So it was real fun.
Okay, we need to. Well, I need to work up on another new scenario to follow up on this one. In case you guys want to play some more Call of Cthulhu in the future.
Perhaps. I'm still waiting to see on my work because of the whole winter storm. I didn't get a response back from the companies I applied to.
Ah yeah. Oh yeah, that is a thing too. Oh, but we have time and we have a group where we can chat and prepare and such. So, things. Yeah, we can plan things, and maybe next time we can actually play on Foundry.
Yeah, I feel bad because you did work really hard on the Foundry setting, and it's like no Foundry.
It's alright.
Yeah,
I
didn't
mean,
miss it, but you probably had a lot of awesome stuff there too.
yeah, maps, and I had this map where you can hover over the places, and it would tell like which places where, like the name of the places, and it's a cool little add-on. Well, not add-on, yeah, I just did it with Foundry tools, but well, it would have been nice to have that so you guys could see where is where during the whole exploration of the place. But it's all right. In the end, it all worked out.
Yeah.
For now, I do need to go stuff my stomach. It's empty.
Oh,
So,
yeah, we recorded
fried
for a lot of
roast
time.
leecher.
Come again?
Fried roast leecher.
Oh, before you guys go, just something. Normally I stream my games, but this game I didn't stream it. But because I didn't want to just like do the game and lose it in case it was awesome, I recorded it. So I just have a recording with the voices. So if you guys don't mind, I could maybe try in the future to edit it up into something a little podcasty thing with music and such and post it. Or I can just scrap it if you guys do mind. So what do you think?
Well,
Well,
Go for it.
this is a more loaded question, so I'll give you guys time to think about it. If you don't want me to publish this or anything, it's okay. I'll just delete it. But give it a thought, and I'll and I'll see what I do about that. But other than that, I'll let you guys go now because I too am very hungry.
Alright. We'll work you later then, mate.
Sure thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're amazing, and thank you so much for all your work, mate. It
yeah,
was
thank you so
great.
much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys for playing. Hope you have fun, and I'll be seeing you later. Bye bye, everyone.
Oh.
Bye.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll go get shower and dinner as well. Very late.
Sure thing.
Yeah, thanks for playing, mate. Talk to you later.
Many I
Bye.
will treat you.
And